easiest way to shop with JewelleryMaker is by going to our website. Just click on the sign up button. Once you've filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking the Watch Live button on the front page. You can also use our Refine tool and narrow down your search. Once you've found an item that you like, just simply click on the Buy Now button and the item will be added to your basket. Don't forget you can add as many items to your basket per day and still only pay 1p in P. Enjoy shopping with JewelleryMaker.
You can now keep in touch by liking JewelleryMaker UK on Facebook. Get interactive with JewelleryMaker.
Owning a strand of genuine gemstones is always exciting, but being able to use it in your handcrafted jewellery, then passing it on to its new owner with proof of its authenticity is even more incredible. Why not add one of our printed authenticity cards to your order for just 50p and share that same feeling with your customers? You can also access online authenticity certificates for items you have previously ordered by looking at your order history on your account details. The certificate gives you valuable information about your purchase and is your guarantee of quality and peace of mind from the Genuine Gemstone Company.
Amazing. I love that slide. Although Mark looks a lot better than I do in that slide, I must say. I look a bit odd. Nichols! Can hear Lucy in the gallery. She just said, yeah, just like real life.
We look like the 70s Anton Deck. What do you think?
Look like Anton Deck if they were in a tabloid expose. Nice. Well, welcome to the Late Show here on JewelleryMaker. My name's Ed and I'm joined by the very talented Mark this evening, and it's for a very special show. And we've called it Manly Make. So it's in honour of the fact that myself and Mark are both on the show, and the fact that Father's Day is upcoming towards the end of the month. You're going to have to create some jewellery gifts for Father's Day. What? Yes, and I am a father, according to Lucy. That is true, I am a father. And I've already had my Father's Day present. So that's that over and done with, anticlimax. No, I ran out of aftershave, and that's what the kids had got me, so I got my Father's Day gift early. That's it, dealt with, sorted. My birthday's the day before Father's Day, so I'm not too worried. I'm going to get some gifts. Now, Mark is a very, very talented designer, and I would describe Mark as the ultimate jewellery maker success story. So Mark, you started, yeah, do you not like that? You started jewellery making off the back, you found our channel while you were...
All down to Lucy. Lucy is to blame. For the past 3 years of my life, it is all down to Mrs. Nichols there.
In what way?
Well, I was channel flicking,
right,
and that insatiable personality of hers just gets you hooked. And she reeled me in, and I purchased on that very first show, and then the next show, and the next show, and the next show, and there we go. Yeah.
Some handsome guy called you, said, why don't you come down to the studios, have a go on the Sunday sofa, all down to the big dog. Lucy's still in there going, yes, it was me, pleased with herself. But you know what? Off the back of that, you sort of added strings to your bow, such as macramé, chips and nuggets, and now...
Yeah, a bit of everything now, isn't it?
Yeah, now you're pretty much confident trying anything. But do you still find that the kind of items that you would like to wear influence the designs that you put together when you're creating masculine designs?
It's really bizarre, but I don't wear any jewellery, apart from earring studs and a couple of rings, which are sort
bands, anyway,
bands and 40th birthday present. I mean, I don't wear any jewellery at all.
Really?
So
it's all about selling your designs.
Yeah, I think so. And obviously because I make jewellery down the ladies' route, and that's what I'm selling.
Yes.
Because I don't wear any of it, I need to feed my habit. So the only reason that I started the craft wares was to sell some jewellery, to make a bit of pocket money, to buy more jewels, to carry on the process. And I love craft fairs. I absolutely do it for me now, because I'm working from home so much. It's the social aspect of it now. It's really important. So it's good. So I need that public. You know, at least once or twice.
That actual interaction with other human beings.
Because at the moment, it's just saying hello to the postman. You know, that's the highlight of my day. So.
Oh wow, never really thought about the social
socially now, it's really important.
Great.
It's really important for me. But the gents jewellery is quite new, and we had the Men for Mates DVD launched beginning of the year.
Of course,
which unfortunately we couldn't get in for tonight, which is a real shame.
But we've got it live basically.
You're
going to show us how. Yeah,
so I've bought all the pieces that feature on the DVD, and we can talk about the ideas, and we got the pieces. We've got some amazing.
You're even going to make me create some designs on air.
Yeah, cufflinks and earrings.
Cufflinks and earrings. Now, the reason that we're going to be creating earring designs is my sort of idea for the show. And anybody that knows me in real life will understand why I've come up with this. But basically, the idea is easy things that you can create to get yourself out of the doghouse. So if you've upset the woman in your life or the man in your life, then we're going to show you how to create jewellery designs very quickly to get yourself out of trouble. Is that a good idea? I think all of the gents out there who are watching are thinking, right, I'm on board with this show now, Ed. How can I get myself out of trouble? So there you go. But yes, lots of ideas for Father's Day as well, and a lot of the gemstones that feature this evening will be sort of unisex, so they'll feature perfectly well in masculine designs as well as feminine designs. Do you agree with that?
Can I ask the viewers what we've got coming up halfway through the show?
Yes.
Can I? Those who are regular viewers may remember last January, so nearly 18 months ago, Vicky and I had a special on the Day Show, the Birthstone special.
Right.
And we have got the Birthstone hour this evening.
We have halfway through the show from 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. We're going to be doing 6 p.m. till 7 p.m.
Okay.
My apologies. It's been a long day. I've been here since 7 a.m. So yes, we put together the Birthstone selection. So cover both bases again. Perfect for male or female. But without further ado, we should get the show underway, because we had an extremely busy morning show because it was the bridal theme, which is a very, very popular genre of jewellery making. And then we've just launched a brand new product range on the Designer Inspiration show, so we've already got a huge number of customers that have opened their baskets. Now, the reason that's important is that we are only ever going to charge you 1 P&P per day here at JewelleryMaker, so this is your opportunity to really maximise on that opportunity by adding our clearance items to your order. So where are we going to start with? All of the Soutache cords. Here we go. So what we've done is we've put together a selection of your Soutache cords. These are very, very useful, allow you to create the ever popular Soutache designs. So this tends to be where you take a feature gemstone, a cabochon traditionally, and interweave it with your Soutache cord and then frame it with smaller gemstones. And we've gone for the more masculine colour tones on this particular item. So we've gone for your chocolate brown, your forest green, your navy blue, your festive red, and your smog. I'm not having that. I'm going for graphite.
Smog, is that what they've called it?
Yeah. I mean, I'll be honest, they've called this one beaver brown.
Oh.
I've changed it to chocolate brown. Ridiculous names. I don't think we named them, I think they're the company's names, like the company that will create the cords, that's their names. That's why we haven't reclassified them. But anywho, you get an idea of the colour tones you've got there, and you have got 3 yards on each. These are actually brought to us by an American supplier, that's why it's done in yards. But that equates to 2 meters 90? Yes, 2 meters 90 centimetres. And these are all 3mm in diameter. I mean, are there any other items that you use these for? I know they're Soutache cords.
Well, the reason why,
yes,
because I asked if we could have the Soutache at the beginning, and it's the most amazing cord for macrame.
Oh, really?
I've got 2 pieces that I made leading up to the show today, one using the dark blue, and the other one I've actually used with, let me swap this over a second, I'll let you have a look at that one first. And this is using the dark blue with some pyrite that we've got coming up a bit later on in the show.
Traditional colour combination as well for jewellery designs, the gold and the royal blue.
Absolutely, and
but
it really
you've taken it in a different direction, haven't you?
This is amazing. We had this on the birthday show on our 3rd birthday last year. We had the Soutache cord before the whole Soutache.
That's when we were all excited about doing 12 hours live. Now we do that every day.
and I was given the cord as a challenge, and it's just the most amazing thing from macrame. And the second bracelet, I've taken 2 colours and I've plaited. As you can see
I love
on
that
here.
colour combination. That's the silver and the brown
and
together.
The brown, yeah, the graphite and the chocolate brown. And I've incorporated some big chunky wooden beads that again we've got coming up later on in the show.
You've got a lot of thread going through those wooden beads, haven't you?
A lot. We'll talk about that later.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the reason that the Soutache cord has featured as our, what do we call it? Our starter for 5, that's it. I've gone into morning show mode. I was thinking, what's our equivalent of the early bird?
That's the University Challenge.
Yes, that's the reference. Yeah. Because I'm sad like that. Okay, so our starter for 5 is 5 reels of your Soutache cord, which works out at just under, well, it's 14.5 metres of cord, in fact. Soutache cord. And despite the fact that this is designed specifically for Soutache designs, Mark has discovered that it is perfect for your macrame designs. So we've included it as our first opportunity of the evening, and let's get our price on screen. $6.95 for 5 reels of your Soutache cord. Very, very impressive price. I said we were going to try to find add it to your order prices for everybody out there. So if you have opened your order as a result of the bridal show or the new launch that Lucy and Gemma have just done, and maybe you're a massive fan of macrame, or could you do other braiding techniques with it if it's good for macrame?
You can do kumihimo with it. You can do braiding that Sarah Elvin does on her DVD. So anything that you would use hemp or satin with, you can use a Soutache.
And you find it
just gives it that bit of extra bulk. So for
I suppose because
jewellery,
it's slightly wider, isn't it, the cord? Yeah. So that's why it's so useful for masculine designs, because it gives you a bit more of a robust finish, if you like. Yeah,
absolutely.
So 5 different reels there. They're 3 yards in length, each of them, which works out at 15 yards, of course, or 14.5 metres. $6.95, and add it to your order price. The perfect way to get the show up and running this evening. And I believe that the cord opportunities are going to continue. Okay, where are we moving on to? Yes, I've got the hemp cord over here. Now, it's a bit of a bundle you put together. So I've got these 2, is that right? And this one. So, whenever our producers take a collection of our items and bundle them together, they end up creating a unique discount code, Freudian slip, discount code. And that offers you a wholesale deal on our cords. Here, you've got a pack of hemp cord. You've got 10 yards on each reel, and you've got 10 of those in total, the rainbow colours, if you like. And then you've got 9 metres on each of these reels, so that works out at 36 metres on each of these. And you've got the 0.5 and the 1 mil. So again, these hemp cords are a little bit more robust, a little bit wider, and that makes them perfect for the masculine designs. Also, particularly on these 2 reels, you've got very masculine colour tones there, haven't you? So you've got your jet black, chocolate brown, your white and your beige there. Those are perfect sort of earthy tones for masculine jewellery. But of course, if you do want to maybe include a little bit of a colour tone, you've got your 10 pack here as well. So these are all 0.5 mil, then you've got your 0.5 mil and your 1 mil in your earthy hemp cords there. And once again, we're going to be able to provide you with a clearance deal and add it to your order price. If maybe you've already got an order up and running as a result of our other 2 live shows, this is the way to maximise on your 1 P&P per day, because here comes your price point. Once again, $6.95, and I was doing a little bit of research recently, and I was looking into the kind of price points you can pay for threading materials in independent craft stores. I referenced this on this morning's show actually. £1.30 per metre for your cords and your ribbons in those independent craft stores. This works out at a ridiculous value price really. $6.95 for, what have we got here? 36, that's 72. And then, say, another 90 metres in total. 162 metres for $6.95. Pretty good value. That's why we've got so many people multi-buying this particular item, adding this to their order for just $6.95. And do you predominantly use hemp cord within your macrame?
Well, hemp is how I started with macrame. For people who are just getting in tune with kumihimo and macrame, hemp is the most forgiving of all the threads that we've got.
Why is that?
Because it's an organic product. I mean, personally, unless I was selling hemp pieces, I don't use glue with hemp.
Right.
Because once you've tightened the knot, it's very, very stable. It's very rigid. It doesn't. I feel you don't need glue. For security reasons, you would use glue if you were selling it on, just for that extra bit of security.
The hemp, you don't need it. Is that just because it pulls a bit more taut?
And all the fibres knit together, so it's a really nice hemp to use. And what's brilliant about this bundle is we've got 1 mil and 0.5.
0.5, yeah.
So 0.5 will go through, apart from the gems of distinction, it'll pretty much go through all of our gemstones, which people are desperate for. And so they can have the same material going through the bead as well as surrounding it with the caging of the beads. So this is fantastic. I'm really pleased we've got both sizes again.
Wow, there you go then. So straight from the expert's mouth there. $6.95, the hemp cord, and lots of people flying through now that they've learned that this is the way to get started with macrame. Most people bagging 2 of these, and don't forget, we're never going to limit you to 1 item here on JewelleryMaker. Our aim is to be your one-stop shop and to bring you wholesale deals, not just on your gemstones, but on your essential threading materials. And for anybody who maybe just been toying with the idea of getting started with the macrame as a technique or a discipline, then this is the perfect cord. This is how our macrame expert got started, using hemp cord. Congratulations to everybody coming through. We've even gone global. We're sending a pack of this over to Menorca. So our very regular buyer, Pat. So nice of you to join us this evening, Pat. And we're going to move on to another cord opportunity. Is that correct? So now we're going to do the leather and leatherette cord. So this is this, right? The sort of waxy finish. And then, oh, these are gorgeous. I mean, to be honest, you don't need to do a great deal of work with this sort of leatherette cord. Have a look at this. Well, this is like the braided rope, isn't it? So you get 1 metre of this sort of charcoal grey. You get 1 metre of the cream. And those are 3 mil in diameter. And you can see, as I say, basically the job's been done for you here, because these are plaited or braided leatherette rope effect cords. 1 metre of each of those. Then you've got 5 metres of each of these colour tones. I'll tell you what, I can see a few designs for the summer, because there's a bit of a football tournament going on this summer. Bet Scott would like that.
There's a football thing, is there?
Yeah, have you not heard about it?
Oh, that thing, yeah. That Rio thing.
The biggest show on earth.
Mm.
I'm excited, Mark's not. And you've actually created a design already featuring the sort of rope effect leatherette cord. That is gorgeous. I love this. I mean, that's the kind of item that you would see in, you know, the high street stores. That's what I said to you the second I laid eyes on it. You know, the the River Islands, the Burtons, and the Topmans of this world. There you go, got 3 in. That's the sort of item you would see. And what kind of price point would you expect to pay in a department store or a high street store? They'd be looking for $19.99, wouldn't they? At least. And is that taking you a long time, or is that something you are able to put together? Oh, there you go.
10 minutes.
And is that just because you're sort of really proficient at the techniques, or are they quite easy?
No, they're very easy technique. We might have a little look at that bit later on. And
okay.
when
You're gonna help to demonstrate that. Okay, that's great. So we're even going to show everybody how they can create this design. But right now, let's give everybody the opportunity to add these items to their order. $5.95. There you go. Add it to your order prices. We are not messing around this evening. I told you. Every single item that's been put into the show has been sort of put together in consultation with Mark as the designer, myself as a male that wears jewellery, and of course, we're quite a masculine team here on The Late Show, so we've all got an idea of the different kind of jewellery that we would wear as gents, and so hopefully you get a good feeling for the kind of pieces that might sell at your craft fairs leading up to Father's Day. We've actually had a text from Tanya, regular contributor to the shows here at JewelleryMaker. She says, just wanted to say the hemp cord is amazing. I've made a few men's Kumihimo bracelets with it and my fella loves them. Loving the show so far. There you go. Tanya, backing up exactly what Mark's been saying about the hemp cord and how easy it is to work with, and particularly these colours for me, how perfect they are for masculine designs. I mean, we talk a lot about the surfer style designs, but I always think, Mark's just passing me another gorgeous design that's been made out of the hemp cord. A little bit of wire work.
My take on a Saxon spear or something.
I was going to say, it looks exactly like an arrowhead.
Arrowhead,
yeah.
And that's a Kumihimo braid using the hemp.
So you've done the Kumihimo braid using the hemp cord. Is that the 1 mil?
Yes.
Okay, so there you go. Your 1 mil cords, and you've used these 3?
Yes.
So these 3 to create a simple Kumihimo style necklace. And then this is the kind of item I was saying earlier, we talk a lot about the surfer style, but in this country, unless you live in sort of Newquay, it's more skaters, isn't it? Yeah. So you see, it's sort of like the skater shops. That's the scene that most of this sort of genre of jewellery will fall into, but it is so impressive. And actually, as Mark's saying, once you've learnt the fundamentals of these knotting and braiding techniques, the world's your oyster. You can go in all manner of directions with it. Would you concur with that, Mark?
No, I agree totally.
There you go. So that's gorgeous, and that's quite interesting, quite textured, the wire work, isn't it? Something that you're
different.
Starting to turn your hand to now as well, a bit of wire work.
Yeah.
Oh my word. There's going to be no disciplines left for you, Mark, soon. But that's, you know, we were talking about this morning. You say that's really when you when you learn more about yourself as a jewellery maker, when you're actually trying to learn a new technique.
I think my biggest dilemma is having confidence in myself to be able to do something like that.
Right, okay.
So it does help having pushy presenters pushing you into trying these new things.
So Lucy again then.
And Vicky's the worst.
Carr, of course.
Yes.
Actually, I saw you and Vicky Carr outside the Angel of the North not too long ago.
Oh, did you? That was a bit random.
I wasn't driving past, I saw the picture. Yeah. That would have been a coincidence if I've been driving past. Okay, so that is a collection of your leather and leatherette cords available for $5.95, and we've even seen Mark's gorgeous design there put together in 10 minutes. Do you know what? Making jewellery designs as gifts is so powerful because it shows the individual that you've been thinking of them, and also these kind of days, basically everybody owns everything, don't they? They've got everything at the touch of a button. You can have everything winging its way to you. You can shop online, for example. So if you're actually putting a gift together for somebody that's handcrafted, you know, there's a bit more of a personal touch to it, and that tends to go over quite well, doesn't it? Now, we're going to move on because we've got another cord offer. So this is all of the wax cord. Now, I always think of this when I see masculine jewellery designs because the finish that you get on the cord itself actually looks almost leatherette again, doesn't it? It almost has a leather-like finish to the actual cord. I just think it works with so many different masculine designs, particularly the colour tones, because you've got this chocolate brown, the sort of ivory or cream tone, and then you've got the sort of tan, if you like. There are slightly different colour tones to those two brown reels, and you've got it twice over. So you've got 60 metres in total. There's 10 metres on each and every reel. And once again, Mark's created a beautiful design here. This is more of a quite a traditional macramé design, isn't it?
I call it the railroad bracelet, or the wraparound, as another people.
Yeah, it's quite a simple weave, though, isn't it? I think I've seen you doing this on the morning show, actually. Yeah. So again, very, very achievable. I can say, you know, I like Mark. I don't wear a lot of jewellery, but I would wear that. Absolutely, fantastic. And I love the fact that you've got the larger bead here, the exact same gemstone, but as the fastening. It just becomes a bit of a feature of the actual design. So much character, yet not overstated, an everyday piece. And the gemstone here, that's bronzite. Bronzite looks perfect in that chocolate brown. That's good, doesn't it?
Yeah. I love those neutral colours. And there's nothing stopping you mixing, having a sort of a mixed media piece, and having hemp with the wax cord. Just mix the two.
That would look gorgeous. So then,
absolutely,
you can mix those in rather perfectly, because the colour tones mirror one another as well, don't they? Right. You've got those earthy sort of tans and chocolate browns going through there. That works perfectly. 60 metres of your wax cord here. This is known as the Safari Pack. What we've done is we've...
Good name.
Yeah, it's quite good actually, because you've got the khaki style colours, haven't you? And basically, we have bundled two together. So we doubled it up so that we can offer you a wholesale deal on these cords. And it's a half price deal. So basically, you're paying the price you would normally pay for 3, but this evening, because it's the Manly Make show, we're going to send you 2. $4.95. You'd normally pay that for 3 reels. Tonight, you're going to get 6 reels for that price point. Okay, so just to be clear, it would actually normally be $9.90. So there's 2.5p difference there between it being half price. Just before anybody tells me off, my apologies. It's not technically half price because it's 2.5p away. You'll let me off. My jewellery making audience will let me off. Lots and lots of people getting involved on this deal as well. Some very familiar names coming through, and not just taking one of these, but taking 2s and 3s. We only have a limited number available, and at that price point, it's a no-brainer, isn't it? If you've already got an order up and running, 60 metres of your wax cord for $4.95. Just have a look elsewhere what kind of price points you can pay for threading materials. Honestly, you'll be astounded at the value we bring you here at Jewellery Maker. I suppose you've always been part of Jewellery Maker since you invested in wax cords and stuff,
absolutely.
So you haven't really had to source them elsewhere.
I did at the beginning.
Oh, okay.
You know, things like wax cord and satin cord I had to buy separately from a well-known auction site. But even you can't compete with our prices, even on that particular website.
So even when people are prepared to make a loss, they still can't beat us.
Yeah, and for all these threads and cords that we've got, your average length that you'll need for a basic macramé bracelet is 1.5 meters.
So you need 1.5 meters, and you've got 60 metres here.
So it's this fantastic.
You don't have to scrimp on this particular one.
No.
So you can make 40 bracelets out of this then?
Yeah.
Wow.
Brilliant.
There you go, that's value for you. And these are the kind of items that, you know, I understand, you know, if you are going to craft fairs, you have to have your showcase pieces that are going to attract attention, but if you actually want to make some money, you need to have some affordable pieces in there as well, don't you?
That's right. And on my stall, what I call, all year round, I call them stocking fillers. Right. So they're your £5 earrings or your £10 bracelet. So why shouldn't chaps have that same sort of, the cufflinks and
absolutely agree.
The macramé sliding clasp bracelet and those amazing cufflinks you're wearing?
Have a look at this. This is part of a bundle that's coming up later in the show. This is the first item of jewellery that I couldn't resist stealing. The second I laid eyes on it, I'm not even denying it, I'm saying it on live TV. The second I saw it, I thought, I'm having them. They are perfect. Unfortunately, that bundle is coming up at 6:30. Oh, it's at the top of the hour. We only have a limited number. In fact, let's just do it. Let's just give everybody the opportunity to do it before the audience gets so big that we disappoint people, although I think we might already be at that point, in all honesty. Okay, so you can add the wax cords, which I'm dropping everywhere, to your order for just $4.95. I see. Hold on one second. Before we move on, can I just show everybody this incredible strand of pyrite and how well it goes with bronzite? Look at that.
Imagine those replacing those bronzite in that bracelet. That would be fantastic, wouldn't it?
Very, very dynamic is the word I'd use.
Oh, I like that. Yeah.
Because the organic nature of the cuts, I suppose, feeds into the design, doesn't
They're
it?
really sparkly.
I mean,
Like mirrors, aren't they?
they are. This, again, I hate to have to say this because I'm always proved wrong, but this has to be the best strand of pyrite I've ever seen on the channel.
Can you see your reflection in it?
Yes,
You can.
absolutely. Totally
Like little
reflective,
mirrors,
it's so sharp. That's a great test for it, isn't it? Yeah. But fortunately, it's passed that test. They're almost like, you know, sort of like old school gold nuggets, you know, that you'd see,
Yes.
you know, if you went to do traditional gold
That's
mining.
true, yeah.
That's what they look like, wouldn't they? This is the kind of strand of pyrite where you can understand where its nickname comes from, Fool's Gold, can't you? You can understand why people have mistaken that for gorgeous golden nuggets. Okay, so we've put together this bundle of strands. Are these all coming from it? So just the wooden beads. Okay, so what you've got is, yes, we've only got 35 of this particular bundle, so very, very limited in availability. You get 3 wooden bead strands. Mark's going to tell us exactly why this is so important. We did touch on it earlier. And these are the wooden beads that were actually given to Mark to create some designs earlier on today. So
Incredible, aren't they?
we haven't got a... Hey?
No, we don't actually have very much wood, do we?
No, but it's perfect for masculine makes, isn't it?
And the reason that I homed in on these was the amazing jewellery that, as you can see, that Susan has made.
Yes.
And she's done a kumihimo braid that's gone through the holes in those light brown beads on the necklace
on
bust
this
there.
one, the hole-
It's actually kumihimo braid through the holes.
So kumihimo artists and macramé artists will understand just what a massive boon that is.
It's incredible.
The fact that the whole kumihimo weave will go through the drill hole.
Yeah.
Basically, lots of people tell us, giving us feedback saying, how am I supposed to get my kumihimo braid through your drill holes? Is that right?
Absolutely. And
Impossible normally, but not with these wooden beads. So if those are the kind of disciplines you're involved in, then this is perfect for you. Actually, that's a great shot because it gets to show you exactly how large that drill hole is, and it's the exact same, if not a little larger, on the sort of mahogany coloured wood. So you've got your light wood and your tiger ebony, and then these are the ones that are really, really impressive. For me, it's just my personal taste, because I'm a massive poker fan actually. These sort of little spade shapes. And Mark's actually fed some of these onto the red wax cord that we just give you a deal on.
that's the leather. This is the thickest. This, apart from the Soutache.
Oh yeah, sorry, the leatherette cord was the other one. This is
So
the
apart from the
actual leather.
Soutache, this is the thickest material that we have as a threading material.
Right.
And that'll go through those holes very easily.
There you go. So this is just
Perfect.
absolutely perfect. Half the stock's already been allocated on this. I think we were all pretty sure this was going to be a sellout deal because we just don't have a lot of opportunities to invest in wooden beads, and these are probably some of the most characteristic wooden beads we have, particularly the Ace of Spades ones there. And yeah, basically we don't often get wood here at JewelleryMaker.
You can get our suede and suedette through that as well.
So you can get the
Fantastic.
suede,
Yeah.
the suedette, the leatherette and the leather cord all
Everything.
through this. And you can do a full kumihimo braid and get it through the drill holes on the larger 2 beads. Really, really impressive. So on the spade shapes, I'm hearing that you get approximately 37 beads in total. But that's pretty impressive, because if you do follow Susan's design, I mean, the cufflinks are just awesome, aren't they?
I love them.
If I saw these at a craft fair, I'd be buying a set for myself and a set as a gift for someone else. These are the kind of items that can be affordable at your craft fairs and are going to get snapped up really quickly, because to get jewellery designs that are appropriate for men can be a little bit difficult, can't it? I think we're all aware of that. And therefore, bespoke jewellery designs, it's a niche market. You can cater specifically for male jewellery designs. Now, unfortunately, we only have a limited number of this particular item. In fact, we started with 35, 20 have already been allocated, so we've only got 15 left in stock, I'm afraid. And at that price point, it's another no-brainer, really, isn't it?
You'd pay that just for the spades, wouldn't you?
Absolutely.
I mean, I'm not a heavy metal fan or a rock fan, but I can imagine this. Yeah, who was that?
A Motorhead. Yes.
It was Motorhead, was it?
Yes.
Okay.
If you like to gamble, I'll tell you. Right, we're not paying royalties on this show. Stop singing, Ed. And my voice is going. Did you hear that? $11.95. It's going to be a sellout deal, I'm afraid, this evening. As with most of the deals we've brought you so far, I should just say, in all honesty, we've got a much larger audience than we'd normally have for the late show, because the wonderful Mark's here. When it's just me, people are like, yes, he's incredibly handsome, but I don't get the... Okay. It's all about the demonstrations. Mark's going to be showing us how to put together some masculine designs later on in the show, but we're just trying to help you get hold of some of the added to your order prices right from the outset tonight. And at $11.95 for 3 strands, I mean, that's working out at less than £4 per strand of wooden bead. And we've already heard just how useful and versatile these particular wooden beads are with the larger drill holes. And then, I mean, like Mark says, you'd pay $11.95 for the spades alone, wouldn't you? Absolutely good. And I love the contrast between the 2 different colour tones in the wooden beads there. Okay, so if you maybe are a little taken with the cufflink designs that we've made, there's a very, very easy way to create cufflinks using toggle clasps. And we have got a wholesale deal on toggle clasps, and this is what you want to hear from a producer who just said in my ear, right, we're not going to spend too long on this one because I'm not making any money off it. There you go. That means that it's all about the value on this item. Some people are pretty sceptical about the presenter saying things like that, but that is exactly what the producer just said in my ear. 100 toggle clasps here in your antique bronze finish. Now, for me, some of the more vibrant metallic tones work better with gemstones, and as a result they're more suitable for feminine jewellery designs. These antique bronze toggle clasps work so well with all of the more masculine colour tones that we associate with those style of designs. I mean, if you think about the Pyrite, for example, it's going to work perfectly. There's everything you're going to get. 100 pieces in total, so that'll allow you to create 50 pairs of cufflinks. And you love to create cufflink designs with the toggle clasp, don't you, Mark? I've seen you do it before on the morning show, I'm sure.
Yeah, you're going to show the viewers how to do it as well in a minute.
Okay, shall I? Let's get the price on screen, first of all, and then I'm going to go over and learn how to make some cufflinks. £13.25. You can see that that's a clearance price, actually, can't you? So there you go. This is going to represent the best value on the market for a wholesale deal. Huge number of toggle clasps here for £13.25, but you can actually create 50 sets. I mean, depending on what gemstones you're working with, I mean, you could be creating a pair of cufflinks, what, £5 or £10, you would think?
Yeah, depending on gemstone, absolutely.
So
and the little clasps that you've got here, what I've recently discovered is if anyone is starting to get into micro macramé,
yes,
you can actually use using the Echelon threads or the hemp, you can actually use one of the toggles, either end, the little toggle bits there, to attach your threads to using lark's heads knots, either end, and then attach a clasp. So those are fantastic, and they're good for earring, for chandelier drops. You can suspend head pins with gemstones on. You can do all sorts of things with those, and brooches and
So that's
drops,
the good thing
pendants,
about
everything.
you know, being a jewellery maker,
That's
because
right.
you can be innovative in the way you use different items. It doesn't have to just be their primary function. You can use them however you see fit, and that. So these are forming fantastic sort of, well, would you say sort of connectors within designs then,
that's
really?
right. Yeah.
There you go. So that's a use for the loop within your toggle clasp. And we've also got the T-bar here. So Mark is now going to teach me how to create a pair of cufflinks live on air. Here we go.
Okay.
I am a little worried, but oh no, this one's come out.
Did it come undone?
Yes,
Okay.
but don't worry.
So we need a toggle bar each.
Okay.
Okay, that's yours.
Yep, there's one for you then.
One for me.
Yep.
Okay. So all you need is one bead,
One bead.
one head pin,
Yep.
3 links of your meter of chain that you have in your findings packs. Okay.
There you go.
And 1 toggle bar.
Okay. So
Great company.
simple as that. You just need 4 little components.
Absolutely. Okay. So first of all, we'll take our head pin, and I'm using amazing Labradorite that we've got coming up later
this
on in the
Labradorite.
show. It's incredible. Look at that look.
Yours has got like lime greens. Mine's
Yeah.
got like violet tones.
Amazing, isn't it?
Beautiful variation of Labradorescence there. Hopefully it's coming through on screen, but Labradorite, another perfect gemstone for masculine designs.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Okay, so we take our head pin and we thread on our bead.
Okay.
Okay, let me give you some cutters. We've got some cutters there.
I have. You want
Some
one?
cutters. Okay.
All right, okay.
And we cut off part of the head pin, leaving about 1 centimetre above, a bit longer than that. That's it, perfect. Okay.
I haven't got a clean cut here. Is it me?
Okay. And take our flat nose pliers or our round nose pliers.
Okay.
Turn 90 degrees. You've done a loop before, have you?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And then using your round nose pliers, just get mine out of my toolbox. Okay. Go to the end of your little piece of wire and turn back. And
Hook it
just
back over.
before it closes, pop on your 3 links of your chain, or 2 links, or 1 link, depending on the thickness of your cuff that you have.
And then you can close it up, can you?
Sorry?
Once the link's on, I can close it up.
Yeah, close it up. And then,
Oh no. My finish is appalling.
sorry?
My finish is already appalling. I've messed this up royally, but anyway, it'll still work as the
Still
design.
work.
So
Okay. And what we
I'll
need
work
then,
on the neatness another time.
okay, I couldn't find jump rings in the antiques bronze, so we'll
Okay.
use a gold
Use
one.
yellow gold, yeah.
Okay. Okay, so imagine that's
Much more
antique
comfortable
bronze.
with jump rings. Right?
Okay, and then we open our jump ring.
Okay.
Okay. And we thread on our chain link. And we pop on our T-bar. And we close up our jump ring. Okay, like so.
Everybody just pretends that's antique bronze for now.
Yep, and that's your
Woohoo!
cuff links. So obviously if you had a smaller cuff, you just reduce the number
So you
of...
just use 2 links
That's
or,
right.
or even 1.
Yeah, yeah. So that's the basic.
Okay.
And
so
then
simple.
and then this is a range.
Do you want me
Try
to
and
help?
bring them across without them all falling off. And this is a range of all the sorts of cufflinks you can do in that simple sort of technique. So this is the technique that we've just done here. So that's Botswana agate with
Oh, I
just
love
with
that.
and that's a straightforward wrap loop. You hold those. You know where the camera's pointing.
I will hold those.
So that's another
I
T-bar.
love these. They work so well, don't they? And actually, because the design itself is so subtle, you could get away with even more vibrant
absolutely.
colours, can't you,
Yeah.
in cufflinks?
And that's a white quartz ice cube using
Love
a
that.
curvy T-bar clasp as well. So we've got those there.
So the possibilities are endless.
Oh, absolutely.
You can make them in literally seconds.
Seconds.
If I can do it, anybody at home can do it.
So silver plated or the antique bronze, a couple of gemstones and head pins. You could sell a pair of cufflinks for $5,
There you
depending on
go.
gemstone.
And
Easily.
even,
yeah,
you know, these would maybe traditionally be considered more more feminine tones, perhaps, because you've got the sort of cherry reds.
I think it'd go really well with your shirt.
I mean, I was going to say it would go perfectly with
Yeah.
what I'm wearing, the sort of fuchsia or cherry red tones. Absolutely amazing. So really, it's about experimenting.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, this technique that we've got on the back here is using the pillow shape and the tiger's eye there.
That's a little bit more.
Yeah, that's wire wrap. That's wire wrapping.
Oh, okay.
So, but if anyone has managed to get the makes for men, or keep your eyes open on the website for when it comes back into stock, there's actually a 15-minute segment on making all of these
different
on that
cufflink designs.
yeah,
Brilliant,
on the
absolutely
DVD.
fantastic. But if you want to create the simple designs, then Mark's just shown you how easy it is. He's taught me in about 60 seconds. Thank you, sir.
That's right.
We're already ticking boxes because I can make another piece of jewellery now, so I like that. And of course, tonight's not just about creating designs for men, but it's also about getting the gents involved in jewellery making. As I say, maybe you want to create designs to get yourself out the doghouse. We're going to have lots of suggestions for that later in the show. Okay, now I did let everybody know about this earlier on. I've just pulled it all off the strand. Don't worry. It just wasn't knotted at the end. I'm sorry, but we haven't lost too many. We'll sort that out later on. Basically, what we've got here is a strand of our gorgeous amber that we launched over the weekend. Maybe you were away at the weekend, maybe you were out of the country, for example, and you missed out on the opportunity to add this natural mineral to your collection. Now, beautiful thing about amber is it's so lightweight, works in so many different designs, works with so many different colour tones, and it's one of those minerals which I think lots of people associate with handmade jewellery designs. It's the way I see amber when I consider its place within the jewellery industry, particularly in the UK. I always think, don't see a lot of amber. I mean, across the world, this is a renowned gemstone. I mean, if you go to, for example, Russia, amber is massive. But I think here, it's traditionally associated with handmade jewellery designs, and it's taken us about 6 months to get amber back in stock. Now, we had a bit of an amber day on Saturday, so we had launches throughout the day, but as I say, maybe you missed out on those opportunities. We have got a second bite at the cherry for you this evening, but we only have a limited number, I'm afraid. Maybe you got hold of your amber on Saturday, maybe it arrived yesterday, you've seen how gorgeous it is, and you want another one. Don't hesitate, start dialing that free phone number right now. Sam looks upset. She was here all weekend, she did miss out, and now she's here again. Missing out again, Sam. I should just let everybody know that Sam is our tech-up. She's on cameras tonight, and she's a very talented jewellery maker. Have you seen Sam's designs, Mark?
I have. She's wearing some now, I think.
Are you wearing?
I had to take it off. You can't control it.
Right. She's had to take it off. We'll show you Sam's designs later in the show. Right now, the opportunity to own amber. And this is quite, I would consider it a traditional colour tone of amber, because you've got that rich sort of marmalade tone, I would describe it as. Real rich saturation of colour. Actually, the name itself is appropriate. It's a cognac hue, isn't it, that's coming through from this. This would be good for male jewellery, because I think most men my age are going to have that very strong association with.
Yeah. I wasn't going to say anything.
How old would I have been when Jurassic Park came out? Probably about 10 or 11 or 12, probably obsessed with dinosaurs. You can't really clone a dinosaur from amber. Let's just get that straight. I think one of the misconceptions which is bred from that movie of Spielberg's. Oh, shut up, Sam. She's just telling me she hadn't even started school when Jurassic Park came out. Trying to make me feel old. Unbelievable.
I don't think she was even born, actually. It must be nearly 20 years, Jurassic Park.
It
must
how old
be.
Oh, she was only 2, she's just said.
It must be getting on 15, 20 years.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I was thinking
Yeah.
I was thinking, what, 94?
Gosh.
Find out. IMDb it for us. 42 centimetres. Oh, it was 93.
93. It's
close.
20 years. 21 years. Oh my gosh.
I was pretty close. I said 94.
That's
I
really
probably saw
scary.
it on DVD. No, I definitely went to the cinema to see Jurassic Park. Who didn't? Oh yeah, the people that were hardly born. Tell I'm bitter about becoming 30 in a couple of weeks.
Oh, honestly.
42 centimetres of Cognac Amber here. And one of the misconceptions I think might have bred from that film is that amber is fossilised tree sap, which it isn't. It's actually a resin created from the tree itself being fossilised, rather than the sap of the tree. So it's not actually, it doesn't come from the sap, it's actually a resin created from the tree itself. So basically different sediments build down on the tree, fossilise it, it actually forms this resin, and it is incredible. Now, so many people getting involved with this. What some people might find surprising is just how light amber is. Very, very lightweight. That could make it perfect for that sort of surfer or skater style jewellery that we were discussing earlier. I mean, these drill holes are much finer. Is there a cord that will go through these?
It would be beading thread, I think.
Beading thread, and then work them into the design that way, could you?
I think so, yeah.
There you go, then a solution. And they range in size from 5x2mm to 11x2mm, so very organic shapes and sizes. Nice sort of irregularity between each gemstone. I think that's going to provide you with credibility, because people are going to realise it's the real McCoy. Okay, we're going to have to bring the price on screen because so many of these are already been allocated to us. It's $11.95 is the price point. Somebody just bought 4 of these, so Susan may have missed out over the weekend.
Gosh.
It's a good idea to stock up while you can. As I say, previously, I think it was January when we had it on air last, so you can see that we're working on around about a 6-month cycle when it comes to amber in terms of getting hold of it. Who knows if we'll ever get hold of it again. We do struggle with these very popular natural minerals. And they're flying out the door at $11.95. This is your opportunity to get hold of amber. And just have a look at this. Really impressive sample that's come from our museum here at the Genuine Gemstone Company. This is one for all of the Jurassic Park fans. There's actually a fly trapped inside the fossilised resin there.
Oh my gosh.
I'm pretty sure though its DNA won't be active, so you won't be able to make a Tyrannosaurus Rex. You could try in your lab if you've got one. But honestly, right, to give you an idea of how lightweight amber is, over the weekend when we were looking at this sample, I was comparing the weight of it maybe to like a squash ball, and that's quite a hard, quite a huge chunk of Cognac Amber. Is that a good analogy? Is that a good reference? So that's how lightweight amber is. Do you think that has a benefit within jewelry designs? How lightweight?
Because you can be more elaborate and more heavyweight with the other gemstones that are going to be an integral part of the jewellery.
What other gemstones would you?
Well, straight away I'm thinking peridot.
Peridot, so the sort of lime greens with this. We've got some coming up later in the show. Yeah, well, the Birthstone hour, certainly.
Yes,
so August Birthstone. That's a really interesting combination. So is that because you've got the vibrancy of the sort of lime greens combined with the tangerine hue?
And to tone it down, you can incorporate amethyst. Bring it down that sort of purple. I think we talked about purple and orange tone, didn't we? On our last show? In actual fact, I was able to say to my daughter yesterday when she came in a purple top and orange trousers, colour blocking like Cheryl Cole, are we? Like I knew. Every day's a school day here at JewelleryMaker, that's why you got to pay attention. How about this is a combination, because you've got very organic cuts here. Do you think that works, Mark? Yeah, that's brilliant. That's really good, actually. I like that.
You like that?
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to have to leave that one. It is flying out the door. We do still have some opportunities available in stock. As I say, they are quickly being allocated to baskets. Somebody has taken 4 strands there. I'm going to move all this amber to one side and make Pete fix it. There you go. There you go. Okay, we're going to continue to bring you Very, very appropriate gemstones for masculine designs, and this one was selected by the man himself. So Mark selected this particular strand of Tiger's Eye. These are very, very large wheels. They're 14 by 9 mil in size, giving you well over 700 carats in total. And shouldn't even have featured in the show, I've just said, because the price point's so low.
Oh, really?
But because you picked it, producer
okay.
Liam's put it in anyway. So it's another add it to your order price. This is the way to maximise on your 1 P&P per day. We're taking advantage of these deals. Let's have a look at your price point. $5.95. Can I just tell you, producer Liam, that the management is still here because they're still wandering about up there. They haven't gone home yet, so maybe you should have waited for this one. $5.95. I'll tell you what's really impressive about that for me, the size of the gemstones. This is going to go an awfully long way.
The reason why I chose this was that is my £5 cufflink strand.
Really?
And that goes so well with those antique bronze findings as well.
Ah.
And how more masculine could you get than Tiger's Eye cufflinks?
So, if you got hold of the antique bronze toggle clasps, this is the perfect added to the price.
Perfect. So how many we got on here then? So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Ah, right. So this isn't the only strand that Mark has selected for the show. He's also got Mark's pick coming up in 5 minutes. In place of a star buy,
21 pairs.
21 pairs of cufflinks you can make out of this strand alone.
Yep.
£5 a pop, £110 for a price point of 1920. That's including the toggle clasp, but you'd still have toggle clasps left over, of course, because you had 100, you had 50 pairs of those.
And I've got this bracelet is a part of a Pyrite bundle we've got coming up later. But you can do exactly the same technique with that stone.
Oh, because you've got the same shape.
Yeah. So
This is
really well
a
with
little
wheels.
bit what we started to go into last week, and we're talking about innovative ways of setting the gemstones into different
Very
weaves.
steampunk, isn't it? Steampunk.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because you're relying on the edge of the gemstone to create the design, aren't you? That's beautiful, but yeah, that would be a bit more of a distinctive look, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
Be a bit
that'd
more
be
gem
amazing.
heavy,
Yeah.
working with the larger gems, but perfect for cufflinks, really, isn't it?
Beautiful.
$5.95 for 740 carats. It's another add it to your order price. I've got to tell you, every single time you see an item you like the look of, please start dialing the free phone number, because we're virtually selling out every single item tonight. It's a very, very busy show. This is what we like, seeing everybody getting involved, because it makes us feel that we're fulfilling our remit and we're making genuine gemstones as accessible as possible by offering you the best value on the market. $5.95 for your traditional golden Tiger's Eye. Just have a look at that carat weight, 740 carats. Okay, so we've had a little bit of a question come in. Do we know who that's coming from? Oh, it's coming from Tanya. So Tanya was getting involved on the morning show as well. That's good. Still watching, Tanya. That's what I like to see. And Tanya wants to know, here it is in fact, I'm going to have to look up here. What style and size of gemstones can you use for cufflinks? I didn't realise they were so simple to make. There you go, we're already informing and educating. I like it.
Well, if you're using toggle clasps, toggle clasps will fit all cuff hole. The outside hole, you're better to show on camera than I am. The outside hole, it doesn't matter what size the gemstone is, that's the inside. So that's it, the outside could be any stone you like, because it's not going to go through the cuff hole, that's going to sit outside. Then you've got your chain or your toggle going through. Now you need to make sure that the hole on the inside of the cuff, I think it's probably about 8 mil, something like that. So obviously you'd want nothing bigger than that, because you wouldn't get it through the hole, and nothing smaller because it would fit through. So just the inside cuff hole, depending on the size of the bead, on the outside can be any size at all.
There you go. So pretty much the possibilities are endless, really.
Which is really, so if you ever see bundles that we do that have the same gemstone in 10, 8 and 6 mil, snap them up, because you've got the inside and you've got the outside. Oh, okay. Oh, right. Okay. I didn't know we were having these. We listened to you. Liam and myself were listening to all of your advice last week. We have put one of those together, and we've done it in the sort of camo style
gemstones
Yeah.
for later in the show.
Okay.
Your 6mm, 8mm and 10mm.
Yeah.
And that's coming up in around about half an hour's time, so not long to
Perfect.
wait for that deal
Yeah.
at all.
Yeah.
We had to take the tiger's eye off screen because it sold out. You see, that's what I said. If you're on the phone line, stay where you are. Don't take my advice, but my producer's making an educated guess that that's going to be a sellout. So he's taking it off screen. And there's so many people with it in your basket. If you haven't checked out, please make sure you check out this evening to avoid disappointment. And without further ado, I think it's time that we did Mark's pick. So, it's in number 9. I can spot the Hypersthene a mile off because of the optical effect that you receive from this gemstone. Mark's pick, I like this.
That's good.
It's good, isn't it? There you go. 450 carats, another huge carat weight. This has a very similar effect to Labradorite, but almost a bit more subtle. So instead of it being a colour play, you get that same sort of schiller. It's almost like a silver tone from the schiller that you get inside the gemstone.
Well, this is one of the first gemstones that I discovered when finding JewelleryMaker.
Ah, right.
And we had them in little squares, little flat squares. And I snapped them, I just absolutely love them. And I've been looking at this strand on the internet for weeks now, thinking we still can't have some, we still can't have some. So I asked Liam if we could snap up the last amount of them. And the reason why I like this so much, I imagine a really dark, rich, smoky quartz
Right.
meeting a Labradorite, and this is what they would produce.
Ah, so it's the love
it's
child of
yeah,
those
so-
two gemstones. you
Yeah,
think?
absolutely. No, absolutely.
I like
I just
that.
adore it.
It's interesting because you get that jet black base tone, which will work so well in masculine jewellery, but you
Yeah.
do get quite a subtle optical effect sometimes.
And do you remember my tip from last week's show about viewing your gemstones? Can you remember?
Yes, and I shared it with the audience
Did
the
you?
next day.
Okay.
So what you do is, you take your strand when you get hold of it, and even though you might get some funny looks from your neighbours, you hang it up using a clothes peg on your washing line, and then you stand at the 4 points of the compass to see how it will react in all the different daylights.
And if you're really careful with the Hypersthene, you get flashes of pink. You
Really?
wouldn't think so in this light, but you get flashes of rose quartz pink going through it.
Wow.
Beautiful.
Hopefully we're going to be able to show you the optical effect. You see, there we go.
Oh,
So it's
that's
this little
stunning.
play of light within the gemstone, almost like it's sort of glowing inside. And when you see this in natural daylight, like Mark's describing, it's going to be sort of, well, it's going to be there in abundance, really. As soon as the light, the natural light, hits the surface of the gemstone, it's just difficult in the studio lighting, which I know becomes a little bit of a, it's almost becoming a cliche with the show, but it is very true.
But the optical effect seems to come from right in the centre. Whichever way you
Yes.
look, it comes from right within the gemstone. It's peculiar.
It's almost a cat's
Yeah.
eye-like effect, isn't it?
I just love it. I think it's stunning. We don't have enough of it.
It's
we really
absolutely beautiful. So you'd also use this in feminine designs then?
Oh,
presumably?
absolutely. Yeah, we were talking about rose quartz and
Yes.
morganite. I mean, morganite and Hypersthene would just be beautiful together.
Fantastic combination.
Stunning.
And very dramatic then as well, because you've got the very pastel tones and then this dramatic
right.
jet black with that schiller inside as well. Now these are 12mm rounds, so perfect for so many of the designs we've already discussed tonight. I mean, the cufflink designs using these,
Perfect.
they're a winner, aren't
Absolutely
they?
perfect.
But they'd also work in maybe more of a statement macramé bracelet, perhaps.
So
as
the
larger
Shambhala
size.
style, with the two toggles,
Yes.
be perfect.
Amazing. So you've got over 450 carats on this strand alone, and a very, very dramatic effect. This is our guest designer's pick this evening, selected especially because not only Mark likes it, but it works so well in so many different designs. If you do want to get involved, you know what to do. Put yourself to the front of that queue by dialing the free phone number right now, or click to buy now at jewellerymaker.com. Just have a look at those little sparkles,
That's
a little
lovely,
bit
isn't it?
of a bit of a silver glow emanating from the centre of the gemstone. And it's these optical effects. Actually, it almost looks like the solar system. You know, if you were to show you
Yes,
like
yes.
an air
Or
or
the,
space-like view.
Star sapphire?
Yes,
Is it
it
star sapphire?
absolutely looks like
Yeah.
asterism.
Yes, that's right, yeah.
Exactly the same sort of effect that you'd get from star sapphire or star dioxide, and it's known as asterism. It almost does form a little
does,
little
doesn't it?
star-like
Yeah.
shape, doesn't it, within the gemstone? Perfect for masculine jewellery designs, but actually perfect for virtually any jewellery designs, because as well you've got the neutral colour tone, you've got that jet black. Perfect for virtually any jewellery designs. Okay, without further ado, it's time to get our price on screen for 450 carats of Hypersthene in your 12mm plain rounds. $14.95, and these are showcase gemstones. They're a very large size at 12mm. They're going to make a massive impact on your designs, and Mark's already given us a lot of inspiration. We're only an hour into the show. I mean, if you're thinking about maybe creating a jewellery design for your dad for Father's Day, you only need 2 of these to make a pair of those cufflinks. Yeah. It's not going to be complaining.
Have you ever seen the wire work macramé bracelets I do with the herringbone with the 3? I don't think I brought any with me today.
I can't.
But using some of those with the gold or the copper bronze wire would be stunning.
This would work with so many different metallic tones, wouldn't it? Because the jet black and the yellow gold work really well, create a dramatic effect. The silver tones will be picked up in the actual optical effect within Hypersthene. Very, very versatile strand, and Mark's pick for this evening. Your 12mm rounds of Hypersthene available right now for $14.95. When you consider what you're getting here, that's another added to your order price for me. Everybody's after the larger rounds at the moment. Everybody's after gemstones that provide you with an optical effect, and you know, everybody's a little bit hung up on Labradorite and moonstone, aren't they? But Hypersthene offers you an alternative, because maybe doesn't get the same exposure on JewelleryMaker as the others.
That's right,
Would you agree with that?
Yeah, completely.
So there you go, $14.95 for Mark's pick this evening, 450 carats of Hypersthene. I'm being told we have to go to a quick break. When we return, more inspiration from the very talented Mark, and of course more incredible deals from producer Liam. So do go away.
Join guest designer Natalia Coleman for the Introduction to Leather DVD. Natalia will guide you through new techniques, including how to create rings, cufflinks, earrings and necklaces. You will also learn how to use the essential tools you need to work with leather, along with lots of helpful hints and tips. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
Owning a strand of genuine gemstones is always exciting, but being able to use it in your handcrafted jewellery, then passing it on to its new owner with proof of its authenticity is even more incredible. Why not add one of our printed authenticity cards to your order for just 50p and share that same feeling with your customers? You can also access online authenticity certificates for items you have previously ordered by looking at your order history on your account details. The certificate gives you valuable information about your purchase and is your guarantee of quality and peace of mind from the Genuine Gemstone Company.
If you miss a JewelleryMaker show, then simply go to our YouTube page, where you'll be able to find hours of JewelleryMaker footage. Search by show, date or type. Alternatively, search by guest designer by using our playlist page. You can also find hours of tutorials with handy hints and tips to give you inspiration. Our YouTube page is updated on a daily basis, so you can access any show at any time. Stay in touch with JewelleryMaker.
Tanzanite is truly spectacular. This precious gemstone is only found in one location in the world, Tanzania, Africa. Claimed to be 1,000 times rarer than diamonds, Tanzanite is the blue variety of zoisite. Tanzanite is extremely popular due to its trichroic nature, which means that 3 different colours can be seen when looking at the gem from different angles. In Tanzanite's case, these colours are blue, pinkish violet and yellow.
Welcome back to the Manly Make Show here on Jewellery Maker with myself, Ed, and the very talented Mark. You all right, Mark?
Very well.
Has he given you another challenge in the break there? You're already working
I think
on
I've got about 12 strands plus all the threading packs, so I'm having a whale of a time.
Ah, okay. So it's not that we're challenging you, putting you under pressure. It's more to do with the fact that we wanted to give you freedom. I mean,
Yeah.
so you're allowed to do with whatever you want. Work with whatever you want, but have a look at these gemstones. This is coming up as our superstar buy. So around about 8:45 this evening, your first and probably your last opportunity to get hold of this strand of blue agate with quartz. I mean, this is just out of this world. They are 38 by 36 mil in size. Virtually every variety of blue you could ever hope to see in one gemstone here. We talked about a certain gemstone the other day, and Scott was describing it as looking like a Mexican Ocean. I think this is the strand that looks like a Mexican Ocean. Just have a look at this. The banding on each and every gemstone is completely unique to that gemstone. It's going to allow you to create, of course, bespoke jewellery designs. Mark's just fed this onto a cord for me so you can see how effective it is within your designs. I love this.
That's 2mm leather again, so it's a substantial hole. So if you wanted to do macramé watch face bracelet, so you just have one on the top of the wrist and then macramé with the leather, it just looks stunning.
And that's a good way to make your gemstones
Yeah,
go quite
that's
far
right.
as well,
Yeah,
because you don't need too much, you need one. So that's great. I mean, that would be a showcase bracelet, wouldn't it? Like you're saying, it would have to be the watch face design. Love that. So this is coming up at 8:45. It is our superstar buy this evening, and another must-have strand there for most jewellery makers. Don't forget as well, coming up later, this probably one of the most impressive strands of pyrite I've ever been given the opportunity to bring you here at Jewellery Maker. They almost just look like nuggets of gold, really, don't they? Highly reflective finish on this beautiful strand of pyrite. It's coming up later in the show. 7:30, in fact. Coming up in about 20 minutes time, 6, 8 and 10 mil rounds of prehnite. Love this. Almost like rutilations as inclusions within this gemstone. So you've got the lime green tone as your base colour, and the forest green inclusions giving you all that texture and character. It's absolutely out of this world. And the ever popular 6, 8 and 10 mil rounds, which so many jewellery makers need to get hold of right now. But before that, it's important that we find and add it to your order price for every single jewellery maker out there. So if you've already got an order up and running, you can maximise on that 1 P&P of just £2.95 per day. So where are we going to start? Here we go. Gorgeous garnet. Oh, is this in fact the birthstone section? Right, okay. I just thought, so we're starting with the first one being garnet. So we're in January. So these are your birthstones, which I think particularly when you're maybe trying to sell jewellery designs to males, you're certainly going to be onto a winner if you're talking about a gemstone that they have a personal association with, rather than trying to romance the gemstone, because that's not traditionally why a bloke, as it were, would invest in a jewellery design, is it? We're normally looking for practical function as well, like a cufflink. Not always, of course, but if somebody's birthday is in January and they're aware of their birthstone, you're far more likely to make a sale working with birthstones. Actually, it was Mark that taught me that the first show that we did together, so that he has far more success selling birthstone jewellery. Is that still the case, Mark?
Certainly is. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you tend to stock up whenever you get the chance, don't you, on Birthstone?
Especially things like opal and zircon, topaz, anything like that, because we didn't have them 18 months ago.
Absolutely not.
No, as soon as I see anything like that now, I snap them up, and this is beautiful.
Gorgeous garnet. This is the sort of traditional colour tone that people would associate with garnet. Your sort of pomegranate red, if you like, or cherry red tones there. A richer colour tone than, say, a ruby. Deeper saturation of colour there. And this is the exact colour tone you associate with. You've got a lot of purple hues coming through on this particular strand. And traditionally, with red garnet, the more purple tones that you find within the gemstone, the higher the valuation on that gemstone. That's how a gemstone would be traditionally valued within the gemstone world. And that's exactly what you've got on this particular strand. Here you've got the plain wheels. Again, I think maybe the faceted gemstones suit the feminine designs because you get that sparkle. Maybe the polished finish is a bit more subtle and suits masculine designs. Would you agree with that, Mark, or maybe not?
I don't think so, not necessarily.
There you go. Maybe that's just personal taste there.
Yeah,
Maybe that's just me. There you go. Liam's saying he would probably go along with that, but Bruce wants a bit of sparkle in his jewellery, so there you go. He wants a bit of faceting. Typical Bruce. He always wants a bonus, Brucey bonus. Here we go then. The wheels on this particular strand range in size from 3x1 to 6x1. So again, you've got that quite subtle graduation down the length of the strand, but actually that allows you to literally restrand this, add a beautiful clasp, and you've got a jewellery design ready to go, haven't you? Piece of birthstone jewellery, but it'd be very, very high carat weight, 90 carats on this strand alone. It's only previously featured on the show once before this evening. Let's have a look at our price point for 90 carats of January's birthstone. $9.95. Wow. When you look at the saturation of the colour tone you've got there, ranging from those cherry reds into those sort of violet tones, hopefully that's coming through. It's the kind of colour tone you'd normally associate with, say, rhodolite garnet. Actually, I'll tell you what this would go well with, the Cognac Amber, because you've got a few of those sort of whiskey hues coming through on this strand as well. I mean, what kind of designs would you use this for, Matt?
Well, because they're gems of distinction, they have quite a smaller hole to them.
Right.
But we've recently discovered that in the new findings packs that come in part of the kit, we have the featherweight head pins, which are perfect for the gems of distinction. So just simple drops. And what I would do, I'd use that pyrite, those big chunks that we've got coming up later on.
That's so interesting, because I was actually going to suggest that you set the red garnet into yellow gold.
Yeah, so maybe, I don't know, 7 beads on top of each other on a head pin, and then with a pyrite dangling underneath as a little
the earring
toggle.
design that I made on air.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, with the finer head pins, because I sort of found that out by mistake. Shall I tell you why you should set red gemstones into yellow gold? It's really interesting.
Go on then.
Particularly gemstones that have a purple tone to them, because the only colour in between red and purple on a traditional colour wheel is blue, and yellow will neutralise the blue and allow the reds and purples to come through.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Even better.
Okay.
See, I'm learning. Okay, lots of people getting involved for that particular deal. We have just taken 90 carats of garnet, under £10, and this is coming from our elite range of gemstones, our gems of distinction range, sourced by our Indian buying office, representing the highest possible quality we can get hold of here at JewelleryMaker. 90 carats of January's birthstone for just $9.95. And again, you really need to get this home to get a true appreciation for the colour hue that you're actually getting here. I mean, I would actually employ Mark's trick on this particular strand, because as soon as you see the clarity and the light passing through this, you really are going to be able to appreciate that rich red colour tone. Okay, we're going to move on though. And we're moving on to bezel set amethyst. So these are checkerboard faceted amethyst set into sterling silver, but I only have a limited number of these. They have proved to be very, very popular. And I'm trying to think, could you Yes. I was going to say, could you set these into cufflink designs? Because these would be popular for a male who had their birthday in February. This is February's birthstone. Would you use that technique that you used on the smoky quartz, where you wrap it around? Yes, you would. Not smoky quartz.
Yep.
The wire wrapped one. There you go. So this is the technique you'd use. Actually, these would go really well with my shirt.
Certainly would, yeah.
Wouldn't they? So you've actually got quite a regal purple tone there. You have got a few of the lavender tones on some of the gemstones, but it is quite a rich saturation of colour. You can see the technique that you would use to set these bezel set gemstones into a cufflink design. These are probably the kind of gemstones which are going to demand a higher price point, I would say. This is the kind of strand where you can justify the price points that you want to achieve for your jewellery design. So if we were saying maybe £5 for the Labradorite cufflinks, you expect to...
I would use an 8mm round of a really dark amethyst to go on the inside. Any sterling silver findings, that the head pin to go through the back, sterling silver, that's a £20 pair of cufflinks.
Absolutely. But even then, you're offering your customers incredible value. You can pay that for base metal and a bit of plastic on a cufflink, can't you?
How many have you got on the strand?
You have got 2, 4, 6, 8. So you can create 4 pairs of beautiful cufflinks. All you really need is a strand of amethyst rounds. You're saying 8mm.
There
you go.
What I'm not breaching into wedding jewellery. I've had a little dabble, but what I'm noticing more and more now is that the bride's gemstone in the ear matches the groom's cufflink stone.
Nice.
I've seen that quite a lot recently. So
that would work quite well, because I'll tell you who got in touch with me on this morning's show, Mick and Julie.
Oh, yes.
Who are responsible for our live proposal, and I know that amethyst is the colour theme for their wedding.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, so this could be a good one to get on. And I know that Mick's already got an order up and running as well. It's a bit specific, isn't it, when you're selling to one person on telly? Friends of the show. Okay, let's have a look at the current price for this strand. So it's already $24.95. Don't forget, these gemstones are not only jewellery quality in that they have been checkerboard faceted, cut to perfection, but they're also bezel set into sterling silver. The final 18 opportunities we are going to take to a clearance price down to $16.95 from $24.95. That is a huge saving.
Gosh.
You like that, Mark?
That's amazing, isn't it? Gosh.
Absolutely incredible. That's basically a 32% saving on this particular strand. Down from $24.95 to $16.95. Lots of people getting involved on this particular deal. That's the way to shop with us here today at JewelleryMaker. I know that so many people have been getting involved so far today, and they've got orders up and running. If you've paid your P&P, then take advantage of the clearance prices we can offer you. Don't forget, you still get a 30-day money-back guarantee. So you can get these home and appreciate them for 30 days before making a final decision. $16.95 is a price reduction which is only available for 60 minutes here on JewelleryMaker. So even if you're caught in two minds, act now to avoid disappointment and make an informed decision once you get this home. We have fewer than 20 of these left in stock, and we've just taken them down to a clearance price. In fact, we started with 18. We've now got single figures of availability. We're going to move on though. I'm going to offer you these organic nuggets of amethyst. Could you use these instead of the round that you described before, Matt?
For a cufflink?
For the other side of the cufflink.
Yeah, absolutely.
I would go with that.
You need to make sure that it goes through the hole, though.
Of course, yeah.
So
make sure you have a trial before you set it into the design. But I mean, you've pretty much got those dimensions. You've just got irregularities in the finish. Over 200 carats of amethyst here. These are your medium nuggets, and they range in size from 10 by 7 to 16 by 12, and probably every variation in between because of the irregularities you've got, the very organic finish, polished to perfection, and once again you've got that rich saturation of amethyst purple. This is the colour tone you would associate with the gemstone. Let's have a look at our price point this evening then. Again, this comes from our Gems of Distinction range, but it's just $6.95 for over 200 carats of amethyst. And amethyst for me is one of the most well-known and recognisable gemstones available on the open jewellery market, heavily used by high street jewellers as well as handmade jewellery designers. So at $6.95, that represents exactly what we're trying to do here at JewelleryMaker, offer you the best value on the market. Just have a look how many gemstones you've got there. I'll do a quick count for you actually. 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 29. So that is of course an approximation. You might get 28, you might get 31 or something. So it's all based on the carat weight. 220 carats of amethyst here. That's $6.95. Another add it to your order price, especially if you've already got that order up and running. We're going to move on. Oh, so this is March's Birthstone, but a very alternative variety. In fact, a variety of aquamarine that I've never seen before. This is known as moss aquamarine. So rather than the traditional icy blues and sky blues that are coming through, it's almost an emerald green actually that's coming through there, isn't it? I mean, if somebody told me from a distance that was a strand of emerald,
That's beautiful, isn't
you
it?
would definitely believe them, wouldn't you? In fact, I think we've got a similar strand of emerald. I've fallen in love with this strand, by the way, but have a look at this for a combination. There you go, it's very similar to emerald. But this is, in fact, March's Birthstone aquamarine. And again, I think sometimes when you're offering your customers the alternative varieties of traditional gemstones, that can actually help you to make a sale because, of course, you're educating your customer base and you might be telling them something they've never heard before. Every day's a school day, especially here at JewelleryMaker. And these are your polished rondelles. They range in size from 5x4 to 11x7. And this is a very, very rare variety of March's Birthstone. This again comes from our Gems of Distinction range. Now actually, these would fit perfectly into that Pyrite design you showed us earlier, wouldn't they?
Oh, with the flat wheels. Yeah,
that.
That'd be beautiful,
What were you
wouldn't it?
calling it? You had a good name for that weave. I've forgotten what you said. I'm not really with it today, am I? Okay, 90 carats of moss aquamarine, the perfect alternative to March's Birthstone, and maybe a little bit more of a masculine variety. Let's have a look at our price point this evening. Wow. Oh, that is the current price point on our website, but a price reduction is in store, I hear from producer Liam. He's going to take these down. Don't forget, any of the price reductions you see on JewelleryMaker are only available for 60 minutes, so please act immediately to avoid disappointment. We've just taken this under £10. Lots and lots of people getting involved on this particular deal, probably people who are aware of March's Birthstone aquamarine but have never seen this variety. That's the way I see it. If this is the first time you've ever added moss aquamarine to your collection, then get in touch. Let us know why this has taken your fancy this evening. All you got to do is text us to number 60777. Make sure you start your text with the phrase JM Studio. Alternatively, if you are logged in at jewellerymaker.com, just click the message box and whatever you say will come through to producer Liam's screen. And we are going to bring you a star buy in 1 second. And following our star buy, we're actually going to launch a competition for this evening so you can even win some of the jewellery designs you've seen so far this evening. Moss aquamarine available right now with another 32% saving there. Another crisp £5 note back in your pocket for moss aquamarine at $9.95. And we're going to jump ahead now to May. Emerald. So we're going to have to jump past April because we haven't got any diamonds in stock. It's only got one birthstone. We did try to get hold of some diamond-shaped chain, but I think there were some issues going on in the warehouse today. They seem to be under a bit of pressure. So we're jumping ahead. We're going on to May, and it's another of the big four. This time emerald. One of my favourite gemstones. Comes from the beryl family. I always think of emerald as quite a masculine gemstone. Do you know why? Because it's just like all blokes out there. it's prized for its imperfections. Maybe that's just my experience of relationships. Oh yeah, he's a fixer-upper. 75 carats of emerald in your plain rounds, and this time they range from 6mm to 8mm. Oh, perfect size for macramé designs.
Yep, perfect.
Did you have a hand in this being selected?
No.
I think it was just selected because it's a birthstone. Yeah. But I'm just thinking of the khaki-coloured cords, or the earthy coloured cords. They'd work perfectly with these moss greens and forest greens.
That really nice green that was with the Soutache pack. That would look amazing.
Yeah, that would look, that's really vibrant green, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That would look brilliant. 75 carats of maize birthstone here. And we are going to offer you another exclusive price reduction. Let's have a look at our current price. $14.95, but we're not staying there. We are going to take it down, and don't forget, the price reductions are only available for 60 minutes, so even if you are caught in two minds, I mean, the price point we're going to go to, I don't think you should be, but you have got a 30-day money-back guarantee, so you can make your final decision once you've seen it in the flesh. It hasn't worked on screen, but don't worry, my producer will fix that. We'll get the price on screen. Am I right in thinking it's, yes, it's under £10. We've taken this down to $9.95 as well. $9.95, another clearance price, this time for one of the big four emerald. And this would work for feminine designs if you were trying to put together a piece of birthstone jewellery for a loved one, or masculine designs because the colour tones are so rich. And here's the Soutache cord that Mark was describing that we offered you at the start of the show. It's perfect. In fact, I would describe the colour of this Soutache cord as emerald green. So there you go. And I like the subtler tones you get on some of the gemstones, so you get the pastel tones coming through. Allows it just to really come to the forefront of the design. Actually, some of these are probably small enough to be used in traditional Soutache designs. If you've got one of those large dark green quartz cabochons, you could actually frame it with your 6mm emeralds. Good idea? Having that one, Sam? Sam's giving me a thumbs up. Would you reckon, Mark?
Yeah, I like that. That's good.
There you go. So I've got lots of ideas. I just can't do any of it. Well, I can make cufflinks.
Yeah, I would use that for ladies' jewellery. I just have simple drops,
emerald,
rose gold, findings.
The job's really done for you, isn't it? You're offering somebody a very recognisable gemstone, one of the big four. So that's the way to really maximise on the profit you can make. Okay, we've taken that down to a clearance price again for 60 minutes only. So we're going to have to leave that one with you. And it is now time for a star buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Is this sort of the first traditional star buy we've done this evening? I think it is, yeah. So we generally have a star buy every 30 minutes here on The Late Show. Slightly different format to the show tonight because we're trying to inspire all the male jewellery makers out there into creating designs for themselves, and of course to give all the female jewellery makers inspiration for what they can create for Father's Day. Did they say that? Well, that's pretty much all the bases covered. And this is a very impressive bundle. It's been put together under the supervision of Mr. Mark Smith. And basically, we did a show together last week. Mark came into the office. We always like to discuss with our experts exactly what it is that jewellery makers out there are looking for. You tend to be quite in tune with the trends, don't you? And your advice to us was put together bundles of rounds, the same gemstone in 6, 8 and 10mm rounds. That's what everybody's after at the moment. So it's basically because we've got all these sizes of gemstones on our website, but it tends to be in different gemstones, and people are looking for the same gemstone in these sizes. Is that just because The
Well,
design.
people like to graduate.
Right.
And you can graduate with different stones, but to have one nice piece of jewellery graduating in size, large to small or small to large. Same with earrings as well.
Yeah,
it's
I was just
perfect.
thinking
It
that
doesn't
actually the
happen
6,
very
8
often.
and 10 in an earring droplet
Yeah,
just
perfect.
works, doesn't it?
It doesn't happen very often, so it's really good we've managed to get hold of them tonight.
And again, these would work perfectly in female or
That's
male
right.
designs,
Yeah,
wouldn't
yeah,
they?
it's a really good masculine colour.
Yes, and the inclusions look.
See, I call it green rutile. I know I shouldn't, but
it looks
I
like
call
that.
it
Doesn't
green
it? It looks
rutile,
exactly
yeah.
like that. That's whoa. Okay, I think Mark was right. The phone lines have just lit up like a Christmas tree. You may enter a short queue if you're dialing the free phone number right now, but I wouldn't let that put you off because, of course, it is a free phone number here at JewelleryMaker. The queue currently is around about 60 seconds, so the earlier you dial, the less time you'll have to wait. The longer you wait to actually dial the number, the longer the queue may end up being. I don't know, but this is been put together with our men's show in mind. I almost think they have the look of sort of camouflage-like tones. So again, they might work with those khaki tones. In fact, how about with the emerald that everyone was just getting hold of? Does that work? Or are they a little too similar?
I
Not
think
quite enough of a difference.
No, I think the neutral hemp cords would go really well with them.
Yes, those will work
The
brilliantly.
neutral,
Again, you've got the earthy tones there,
Yeah,
haven't you?
yeah.
So the 6 and 8, perfect for traditional macramé. But you can work 10 mils into macramé designs as
We
well?
can work up to 20 mil.
Oh, right,
Oh,
okay.
yeah,
So
yeah.
possibilities are endless.
Yeah.
And again, all you really got to do is master the fundamentals, and then you can take those braiding techniques in a whole plethora of directions. Okay, this is flying out the door, so without further ado, we better get our star buy price on screen. $11.95. Again, we're looking at under £4 per strand. And again, Mother Nature's done all the hard work for us by creating these distinctive inclusions. It means that every single individual gemstone is totally unique, allowing you to create bespoke jewellery designs. If you did get hold of the more natural colour tones of the hemp cord early time, this is the way that Mark is saying he would use this. This is why we always say to get involved while you can, because this is no longer available on our website. It's a sell-out deal on the hemp cord. So, act now to avoid disappointment on this star buy deal. I will just make everybody aware of one little interesting thing I've noticed. The 10 mil are plain rounds, the 8 mil are plain rounds, the 6 mil are actually faceted rounds. That's quite good on the subtle, the smaller rounds, because then you get that little sparkle. It's subtle within the design. I like that. Less than £4 a strand. That is a star buy deal. A wholesale offer for 3 strands of gemstones, the same gemstone in your 6, 8 and 10 mil rounds. Okay, we're going to move on because we've got another star buy to bring you. It's a bit of a double whammy, this particular star buy deal. Oh, a treble star buy deal I'm hearing, in fact. These are your magnetic clasps. Ah, I see. So you get the gold, and then we're going to do the silver. Oh, I see, I see. Now you get a small one and a large one. I'm going to hold them like this, so you can see exactly the effect. Whoa! Pretty strong magnet. You're not going to have any worry. These are really large. You can create some very gem-heavy pieces. Okay, so this is your matte gold finish in your magnetic clasp. You get the smaller one as well. Same shape, that sort of rice bead-like shape, if you like. The largest one, 20 by 35 mil. The smaller, 8.5 by 21 mil. And do you actually feed the cords into this section of the clasp?
Yes, what you do is if you're doing a kumihimo braid
or
a macrame braid, you would gather all the ends up to finish, you would coat it in glue, you'd pop some glue inside the clasp and then you'd feed it in and let it dry. They were amazing.
Believe it or not, I did think that. I was thinking, no, all you really need is a dab of glue and then you just feed all your threads into this end of the clasp. And then same on the other side. Very, very sturdy fastening. and of course quite an interesting finish. Oh, you can barely pull that apart.
What happens, especially if you're using a natural product like hemp,
Yes.
it squeezes the fibres together to go through the hole, and as you force it in, they spread open again. So that's why that's that sort of.
So they spray and fill up.
That's right.
The hole,
Yeah,
so that
with
works
all the glue.
perfectly.
Yeah.
And actually, some of the Kumihimo braids are quite significant, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're quite
well, this
substantial.
enables you to do quite substantial braids. I don't think we've got one over there, have we?
I'm trying to find that one. You know the one I'm thinking of, the red, white, and blue.
Yes.
It's quite thick. That would be perfect in this larger magnetic clasp. And when you are creating sort of braided techniques, I said this to you last week, so I know I won't be offensive or anything. Sometimes if you haven't got a professional finish, they can actually look more like craft work than handmade jewellery designs, can't they? Yeah. So items like this allow you to create a very professional finish, don't they? You get 2 as part of this particular deal, the clasp special, I should say. Matte gold magnetic clasp, and here comes your price point. Another added to your order price. This is why we're offering you this as a star buy deal. I've never seen this before. Is it quite new to us here at JewelleryMaker? Relatively new. Only been launched over the last few weeks. So $6.95, and that could represent your final opportunity to get hold of these clasps. Just to be clear, it's 2 separate clasps, your smaller and your large. And if you did want to get hold of the cement glue, the code is available on the bottom of the screen. That is specifically designed for crafting and jewellery making. It's not just normal super glue. It's very, very sturdy. It's just $2.95 for a tube there. And as I say, the code's on the bottom of the screen. Perfect for these braiding techniques. But actually, 400 items were allocated as a bit of a special deal this morning on the pearl stud earrings. And you needed a little bit of jewellery glue to actually make that work. So if I were you, I'd add the glue to your order if you're one of the lucky few that got hold of those pearl studs. Mark's got more designs for us. I love it.
It's the same two from earlier, but just to show how amazing that glue is, I've used it on the central little slider clasp and also the leather. So I finished the leather off really neat using the glue.
Okay, so basically the jewellery glue is an essential item.
It's amazing. And it's got a really fine nozzle so you can get right into those little knots.
So you can get right in there.
Yeah, perfect.
There you go. In fact, I'll just get the silver one. We brought the details for that on screen. The gold one is flying out the door. So as Mark's saying, you can actually get right in there with the nozzle for that glue. And that's the perfect way to complete your braided designs. You could use it on other looks as well. And actually, this would look, it has a sort of retro, sort of industrial feel to it, doesn't it? So it look quite good on masculine designs. I can imagine seeing that finish on maybe high street jewellery for young gents. That's me, accepting that I'm not young anymore. You're not enjoying my bitterness about becoming 30, are you, Matt?
You wait till you get to 40.
I might not make it, who knows? Silver matte magnetic clasp for $6.95. Sorry, keep it light, keep it light. $6.95 for your silver matte finish magnetic clasps. And again, same sizes, 21 by 8.5 and 35 by 20 on the large one. $6.95, another added to your order price. And don't forget, coming up as our superstar buy at 8:45 this evening, huge slabs of blue agate with quartz.
Are these brand new tonight?
Yep, premiere strand.
Why
Never
did
been
we
seen
manage to
before.
get a strand like this and not now to buy the day show? It was about time, actually.
Because I'm more important than the morning presenter. He was a fool. This is coming up at 8:45. As Mark rightly says, a very exciting opportunity because it's one of those gemstone strands that you might associate with the morning show. It's very gem heavy. It's
amazing. Quite
Quite a large quantity available. But, as you rightly say, it's about time we had this strand on the late show. So that's coming up at 8:45. Now, I did promise everybody the opportunity to win some jewellery designs this evening, so we've got a bit of a competition. And it's quite an interesting comp, I think, and it allows everybody out there to get involved. So, when we were putting together the Manly Make shows and we were throwing a few ideas around the table, my idea was that we should show gents how to create simple designs that you can put together at short notice if you get yourself in trouble. Now, if you're anything like me, you might find yourself in the doghouse from time to time. And yes, creating gifts can often get you out of a sticky situation. Now, the Germans have a term for this. You're obviously a good boy, Mark. You obviously don't get
Very
yourself.
good, yes.
Okay, well, I'm not. So, now the Germans have a term for this. Drachenfutter. And that translates to dragon's fury. Now, the idea is that that word is associated with the concept of getting a gift for a wife or girlfriend if you're in the doghouse. So they actually have a term for it in German. That's quite good.
That's
Maybe
brilliant.
German gents are very naughty then, I don't know. But what I want to know is what the English version should be of that phrase. So, Drachenfutter, or Dragon's Fury, I know that's the direct translation, but I want an English version, an alternative word. It can be a made-up word if you want, but the most appropriate term will win some of our jewellery designs from this evening. We'll send them out to you. Not these cufflinks, I'm keeping these, but pretty much everything else that the Beading Buddies put together. We will send it out to the winner, and of course you can enter in the usual ways. Just text your entry to 60777. Make sure you start your text with the phrase JM Studio, or of course you can message through to the producer's screen if you're logged in at jewellerymaker.com. So don't hesitate to get involved, and it should be a bit of fun, and whoever comes up with the best suggestion, we will send you some jewellery designs. And right, these are all the designs that you can win. Good job you're here today, Sam, I'll tell you what. Here we go. So the wooden bead design that we saw, I'll tell you what, Father's Day sorted if you win this.
Cool, yes.
You can just give
Good
your
idea.
dad all of these designs. I would happily wear any of these designs. There's a beautiful pair of cufflinks. This is a kind of steampunk design, would you agree?
It's lovely, isn't it?
Love that. Very subtle.
Very simple.
Like that. Okay, so if you want to enter, start texting through your suggestions. Hopefully we'll have a bit of fun getting those on screen as well. And before that, we're going to continue with the deals. So we're now moving on to this month's Birthstone. This is my month's Birthstone. In fact, June. And just have a look at the Rainbow Moonstone we have on offer here. Beautiful adulorescence. Wow. Now, often with the faceted varieties, the adulorescence comes through a little stronger. This is your polished finish, so again, I think it would work quite well in male jewellery designs. This is actually the only gemstone I own, Rainbow Moonstone, because it's my birthstone. And it's this month's birthstone, so maybe you've got your first craft store booked for your first ever craft fair for 2 or 3 weeks' time, the end of June. Stock up on your Rainbow Moonstone, and then you're creating designs out of this month's birthstone. Who knows, that might just land you a sale. This comes from our Gems of Distinction range, represents the top quality we can source for you here at JewelleryMaker, and I think that's evident in the amount of adulorescence you've got in this gemstone. That's the optical effect you see here. I mean, look at that. We're not having any problem showing the adulorescence, even in our studio lights. Mark actually pointed out last week when we had an impressive stand, he was like, do you know how I know it's impressive? Because you haven't had to blame the studio lights. I should say, it is 100% accurate. Whenever we say it, it is because there's so much lighting in the studio that it's just blasting the gemstone and you're not getting the true effect. But even in this environment, this is shining through on this Gems of Distinction strand. And we're going to offer you another price reduction. Should be $19.95. Well, you say that. It's currently available for $19.95. That's 50p a carat. We're taking it even lower. Once again, we are handing everybody back a crisp £5 note. We've taken this down to $14.95. And these range in size from 6x3 to 14x7 mil. 40 carats of rainbow moonstone, very, very high quality. I mean, again, you could use that same technique we looked at before and create simple cufflink designs. I would definitely wear them because it's my birthstone. Not only would I wear them, if I saw that design, I would buy them. Actually, when I acquired these cufflinks earlier, I did say to Pip, who's just taken on a new role here at JewelleryMaker, I did say, I could get into cufflinks, you know. They're the kind of thing I could quite happily build quite a hefty collection of.
I'll have to tell you about my latest pair in the break.
Okay, I like that, intriguing. That has been offered to you at a clearance price down from $19.95 to $14.95 for this month's Birthstone. We're going to move on. Now moving on to July's Birthstone. Lucky July birthdays, because you have one of the big four beautiful rubies, and on this occasion rich pigeon blood reds coming through there on this particular strand. Love it. I mean, this is the colour tone you associate with this gemstone, isn't it? That very vibrant red tone. $25 carats in total, faceted rondelles, but of course we haven't got any problems integrating the smaller cuts into our designs these days, thanks to those finer head pins that you get in our findings packs. These rondelles range in size from 3x1 to 4x3. I mean, Mark's already given us some ideas earlier on in the show, because he's saying just take maybe 6 or 7, create sort of droplet style earrings. You only need a pair of shepherd hooks and 2 of the finer head pins, don't you? So they, oh, look at that. These are sparkling away, aren't they?
They're very deep, aren't they?
Absolutely. This is some of the finest quality ruby we've ever been able to source for you here at JewelleryMaker. I mean, you made the point earlier on that, you know, 18 months ago, 2 years ago, we wouldn't have had this gemstone, let alone this quality.
I just can't get, sometimes I find it difficult to get to grips with the word ruby and strand in the same sentence. Sometimes that takes me aback.
It's really impressive, isn't it? Because, you know, when Mark started, I was a manager of the channel, and the idea of getting hold of, you know, gems of distinction, faceted ruby, I mean, it wasn't really a non-starter, wasn't it? But of course, we have expanded a great deal over the last couple of years. We've now got buying offices all over the world, and we have been able to source this quality of ruby faceted to perfection. And for me, this is the colour tone you're looking for in July's Birthstone. Let's have a look at your price point this evening. $24.95, £1 a carat for one of the big four. And again, you've got a few of those purple hues coming through, which really highlights the quality of the ruby itself. It is phenomenal. So again, if you've got craft fairs booked in for this month or next, this is July's Birthstone. Always easier to make a sell at these kind of events if you're working with gemstones that people have a personal association with, and anybody whose birthday falls into the month of July is probably going to be aware that ruby is their birthstone, because ruby, one of the big four, very well known. Most people are going to be aware of the gemstone itself, and the second somebody says, oh, my birthday's in July, somebody's going to say, oh, your birthstone's ruby then. So most people are going to be aware of that, and at less than £1 a carat, it's a no-brainer. If you're working on that elite level where you need to be offering your clients, or even if you're just making jewellery designs to give as gifts, you know, if people have, you know, started to associate you with this very high-end level of gemstone, these are the strands for you, the gems of distinction strands, and this in particular falls into our collector's choice range. One of the big four for $24.95. We're going to keep moving because we now have August Birthstone. Now, there was a gemstone earlier that we were going to attach this. It was the Cognac Amber, wasn't it? you've got the irregularities in the shapes as well, so this would work perfectly.
I love this strand. That's massive carat weight on that strand, isn't it?
Huge, 150 carats of peridot here. I actually think this is another gemstone that maybe we under-delivered on in the first 2 years of trading here at JewelleryMaker. We had so many requests for it, we just couldn't get hold of it. Now we've got a huge variety available on the website, but particularly for masculine designs, I love this organic finish, don't you?
I love that colour.
For me, peridot is the most appropriate of all the birthstones, because this is the colour tone I associate with the month of August. I think, you know, when I think of citrine in November, I just think, oh, it's too sunny for November. But, you know, the idea of like fresh cut grass, or more appropriately pushing that wedge of lime into your bottle of beer. when you're sitting on a sunny beach somewhere. Come on. But you know what? We only have 15 available in stock, so it is very, very limited in availability. We're getting the price on screen immediately. It's another added to order price. 150 carats of peridot for $6.95. Mark was a little taken aback there. Sometimes you are surprised at the prices.
Yes,
I found it this morning.
Incredible. Gosh. It's not rough cut though, is it?
No, no,
It's
it still has
smooth,
a polished or smooth finish to it.
Gosh.
It's just that it's an organic cut, almost like they've been tumbled but then polished afterwards.
That's beautiful.
$6.95. Looks to me like this is going to be a sellout deal at that added to your order price. Don't worry, Sam. Thanks, mate. There you go. This is the combination that Mark was suggesting earlier. No, that doesn't work at all, Mark.
No, that was wrong.
It couldn't go together any better, could it? If you did get hold of the amber and you want to add peridot to your order, you need to be dialing that free phone number straight away. We're down to single figures of availability. Don't forget, if you are sending through suggestions for our competition, you need to include your name and your customer number. Otherwise, we won't know where to send your prize to. So make sure if you've got any killer suggestions for our competition that you do include that information. Okay, we're moving on to September. Another of the big four. This time, blue sapphire. And again, I think this is the traditional colour tone people associate with this gemstone. Mark's already astounded just that we've been able to get hold of sapphires this size.
Absolutely massive. That's your archetypal cufflink, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. So if you know maybe your dad's birthday's in September, get hold of these. You only need 2 gemstones. You've made him sapphire cufflink earrings, and use your yellow gold plated findings, because then you've got that traditional combination of the royal blues and the yellow gold. And yes, we actually, on Sunday night, because you were with us on Friday or Saturday? Or was it earlier in the week? It was Monday. It was Monday. Because it was the day after my sister's wedding, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right, yes.
So over the weekend we had the toggle jig on screen, so we told everybody, get hold of this, you'll need it to make cufflinks. So actually, if anybody invested in that tool, you can actually make your own toggle clasps.
Oh, okay.
Just get hold of some wire and you're laughing. And I think we suggested you need the 0.6mm gauge wire for your toggle clasp jig. So that will allow you to create cufflink designs. All you need is a reel of wire and some gemstones. There you go. Oh, and 3 links of chain.
Okay.
Sorry. And a jump ring. I do remember. I will be able to do it. Okay, this is September's Birthstone. Again, very lucky because you've got one of the big 4. Look at this for a combination. I know that we're talking about birthstones at the moment, but because you've got those purple hues coming through from the rubies, and you've got an almost violet tone to the royal blues here and the sapphires, don't you think those work really well together as well? Because you've got the alternative finish there, you've got the polished, almost pebble-like sapphires, and then the faceted rondelles of ruby. If you do want to get involved with this deal, start dialing that free phone number right now. 130 carats in total for $14.95. And I think the most impressive thing about this strand has to be the size of the gemstones themselves. They range from 11 by 10 to 18 by 4 mil, offering you a huge carat weight on each and every gemstone. September's Birthstone, available right now for $14.95. We're going to keep moving through these. Okay. What are we getting on to then? Okay, we're going to do strand of opal. Oh, this is, yeah, I mean, this is another one of those strands which sometimes you think, how did we get hold of this? Only because we've got Gems TV next door and you think, would they set this into 18 karat gold? Oh, and it's just out of this world. It's that traditional opalescence, that colour play that I think most people are looking for in their opals. This is far more significant in reality than I'm being able to get across on screen. Once again, because of our studio lighting, I'm going to try and create a little bit of shadow so it comes through. There we go. Can we see it there? Hopefully it's coming through on your TV screen, allowing you to appreciate this strand of opal. 25 carats in total, and the rondelles themselves range in size from 2x1 to 7x3, so quite a significant size by the time you get to the centre of the strand. Still got all of that opalescence coming through on each and every gemstone. I hope you're able to see that on your screens. My producer's saying that it's coming through to some extent, but certainly not representative of what you're going to see when you get it home. I mean, you hang this up on your washing line. Actually, I'll be pretty careful. Somebody might snag it. If you do want to get involved, this is October's Birthstone. Gorgeous opal. And I always think of this as a gemstone that has quite sentimental connotations attached to it. Tends to evoke quite strong emotions in people. So if you do want to get hold of this, again, it has been very popular. We only have a limited number available in stock right now. And let's have a look at our price point. $14.95. It's just unfathomable, really. I've never seen this kind of carat weight of opal for that price point. Bearing in mind, I've been working in the jewellery industry for 6 years yesterday. Been with this company for 6 years yesterday. Nothing like the 10 years Bruce has clocked up, of course. He just won't stop going on about that. I'm joking. 25 carats of opal. October's Birthstone available right now for a price that I really can't understand.
No.
I mean, again, you don't need a lot of opal to make a huge impact on your designs because of that colour play that you get. And hopefully people can see that coming through on their screens. There you go. That's what you want to see when you're investing in gorgeous strands of opal. $14.95 this evening. Lots and lots of people getting involved with that strand. I'm not surprised. It's one of those traditional gemstones that most people are aware of. Most people have some sort of association with it. And the theory we came up with was that as a child, if you see a piece of opal, it sticks with you because that colour play is something that is going to spark a child's imagination, and that's why people tend to have long-standing emotional attachments with the gemstone. Also, tends to be one of those gemstones that everybody says, oh, my great aunt gave me a piece of opal, or my mum wore opals, or I don't know, it just seems to... That's my personal experience of the gemstone. Maybe not for you, but $14.95, another added to your order price for me. Oh, we've got to go to a quick break apparently, so when we return from the break, we will conclude the Birthstone section and we'll bring you another star buy. Don't go away, we'll be back in 2 minutes.
Join guest designer Natalia Coleman for the Introduction to Leather DVD. Natalia will guide you through new techniques including how to create rings, cufflinks, earrings and necklaces. You will also learn how to use the essential tools you need to work with leather, along with lots of helpful hints and tips. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
Join JewelleryMaker and guest designer Mark Smith for our long-awaited macramé workshop. Get to know the essential techniques and knotting formations to create these vastly popular designs. Learn square stitch, twist stitch, slip knot and much more. The full course includes a range of different threading materials, a selection of gemstones, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios, a chance to meet the presenters, and a visit to our Gemstone Museum. All of this for just $79.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Jewellery Maker, bringing out the designer in you. Join guest designer Sarah Elvin and get creating stunning designs in no time with this Kumahimo introductory DVD. The easy-to-follow steps shown on this DVD will make you feel like you have your own personal tutor and will guide you through a variety of techniques to get you started. To get your hands on a copy, simply contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker. If you love classic jewellery, then why not come and join guest designer Gemma Crow on our vintage workshop. Gemma will guide you through various beading and wirework techniques which will inspire you to create timeless designs from a bygone era. The full course includes a selection of wire, a selection of findings and charms, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools and equipment, a buffet lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and a visit to our Gemstone Museum. All of this for just $69.95. Have a blast from the past and take home some amazing designs. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time for another star buy, and on this occasion we are going to launch a premiere strand. For me, the nicest strand of pyrite I've ever seen here on JewelleryMaker. Oh, right, I see. My apologies. I just got really excited then. Where are they? Oh, it's because we haven't got it. You can understand my confusion then. It's not on the desk. Okay, so is it 3-strand pack of pyrite? My apologies. So pyrite, perfect for masculine designs. I think that's maybe some information that you provided producer Liam with.
We don't have those strands. I've got remnants.
Aha, so you've been working with this pyrite. Mark's going to put together the 3-strand pack for me because he's still got a few left of each and every strand. So you've got your 10mm flat coins. Here we go. Thanks, Matt. So there you go. You got your flat coins, 10mm in size. And despite the fact that this has been used, you will get 290 carats in total. Then you've got your faceted drums, which are 10 by 8mm in size, giving you 300 carats. And then you've got your pyrite wheels, 10 by 5mm in size. Again, I would say that this is going to be popular because you've got the same gemstone with almost an identical finish, but in 3 different but complementary cuts. Do you agree with that, Mark?
Yeah, wholeheartedly.
There you go then. So this is a men's special. Works perfectly in masculine designs. In fact, I've got a few here. We've already seen one of Mark's designs, haven't we? But this is the way that this has been created by Sue. She's actually put together a sort of double wrap bracelet there. 2 different cuts. I love that. You like that, Pete?
Yeah.
Pete's on cameras now.
I like that.
Yeah, you'd rock that, wouldn't you? You're a bit of a skater, dude.
Yeah.
You could pull that off. Definitely. And of course, the pyrite wheels have been used in these gorgeous cufflink designs that have been heavily coveted so far today. Mainly by me, but who knows where they'll end up. Oh no, I've offered them as a prize now, so I can't steal them.
Oh yeah.
Oh well, I'll get over it. And that is the use of the wheels. So this is perfect for your Father's Day designs, or of course if you just want to have masculine jewellery on your craft fair stall. So we've gone straight into our star buy here, a 3-strand pack of Pyrite and another added to your order price. If you were to buy these individually from our website, it would normally cost you $23.85. This evening, $14.95. So virtually a £10 saving or a £9 saving. That is the perfect way to increase your gemstone stash and to maybe bulk it up with some of these more masculine colour tones. But actually, Pyrite, very, very versatile. I always think of it as a way of incorporating metallic tones into your jewellery designs without having to invest in very precious metal tones, which can be very expensive, can't it? If you're looking at gold-plated silver, even antique bronze can be very, very expensive. And so to get this huge carat weight of Pyrite for just $14.95, it's another added to your order price. That's why we've got so many people flying through at JewelleryMaker.com. Lots and lots of people adding this to their baskets. Don't forget to check out to avoid disappointment. We've just had an influx of buyers on the free phone number. So of course your bundle could be allocated to somebody else's order if you don't check out as we go through the orders. This will be available for the next 60 minutes. You can add this to your order. It is proving to be very, very popular at just $14.95, probably because it represents a £9 saving. It would normally cost you $23.85. I'm going to move that to one side because I got a little bit overexcited there. The only Pyrite I could see on my desk was this Premier strand, so I thought we were doing that. So that's a little bit of a communication error, but also when I'm looking at a gemstone of this quality, I'm bound to get excited. Mark, were you excited when you saw this strand, this Premier strand?
Yeah. We talked earlier about those mirror reflections.
Yeah,
I mean, those facets are massive.
It's just
beautiful.
incredible. It's absolutely gorgeous. But on some of them, you've got very uniform sort of facets that are providing you with that reflective quality that Mark's talking about. And then on others, a very organic finish. I mean, that absolutely looks like. Do you know, I remember when I was a kid, in our class, one of our teachers in primary school had some, you know, rough cut gemstones. And I remember there was a little gold nugget, and everybody used to be obsessed with it. And it looks exactly like that. I think that's where it's coming from for me. Director Bruce is saying that Participation Pete always has a stash of Pyrite on him in case he finds out it's somebody's birthday.
That's why they call me Pyrite Pete.
And that's why they call him Pyrite Pete. I think he might just be the kind of guy who would sell Pyrite as though it was really gold. One of those unscrupulous characters is... They're actually calling him Pirate Pete. That's what it is. We're messing around. Do you know what? We like to have a bit of fun here on the show, but the one thing we take seriously is the genuine gemstones. We're part of the Genuine Gemstone Company, and that allows us to offer you the best value on the market, even on our Premier strands. That is coming up in about 15 minutes time. Not long to wait for that Pyrite deal. So if you did get hold of the 3 strands, stay tuned at 7:30. Premier strand of Pyrite, possibly the highest quality Pyrite we've ever brought to you. Okay, so right now we're into, I'm not going to say it because apparently we got the German translation wrong.
Oh no, did we?
Well, slightly. It depends how we, how's it? Oh, it's, our translation works out at dragon fodder rather than dragon's fury.
Oh no.
Still works actually. Pretty much the situation I'm in when I'm in trouble. I am fodder. Right, so my idea is that we can put together some very simple but effective jewellery designs, potentially, to get you out of the doghouse. Now, got a bit of a theory really about this. Basically, Men are very silly, and women are very emotionally strong, but that level of emotion can sometimes spill out when you're involved in a relationship, yes?
Where are you going with this?
Basically, if your missus is giving you a bit of earache, make her a bit of jewellery. She'll get off your back. That's where I'm going. Okay? But I was trying to do it, I was going around the houses. So, we're going to be able to bring you some of the, I would say, the easier items to work with if you want to create effective but simple jewellery designs. You don't need to be a master of a number of different disciplines to achieve these looks. So that's my theory, and of course, into the bargain, we're going to be giving you wholesale deals on essential items. So anybody else wants to stock up, this is your opportunity. We're going to start with your posts and butterfly backs. Okay, these are your antique bronze variety, and you get 100 pairs in total, so you can get into trouble 50 times and still be in her good books. I'm thinking after the third pair of earrings, it's not going to land, so try not to get in trouble too many times. Now, these are quite simple to create jewelry designs. I'm going to run over to Mark's desk and steal a gemstone. Aha, I'm just going to steal two. These are your butterfly posts and backs. All you need is suggesting that might be a little bit large actually for this design. Oh, but actually all you need is a head pin. You've got your little loop there. So get a head pin, thread it through your gemstone, feed it on to your design. You literally need 2 gemstones to create a pair of earrings. Of course, it doesn't just have to be used for this rather frivolous reason. You could also use this to create very affordable items if you do want to bulk up your jewellery collection, because the worst thing of when you go to a craft fair is if you see a stall and it's got like 5 pieces of jewellery on it, it's really sparsely populated, and you just think, it's sort of uninspiring, isn't it? It's not very exciting. So I understand not everybody's stalls are going to be chock-a block with showcase pieces, but actually tends to be the more affordable pieces that actually make you money at some of these events. It depends on your venue, of course, but if you have gone to maybe a traditional, say, village hall craft fair, the people, the customer base that go there, not necessarily going to be armed with lots and lots of cash to invest in showcase pieces of jewellery. Maybe some are, but for the most part, people have gone for a little browse, haven't they? So a £5 pair of cufflinks or earrings is far more likely to make a sale at those kind of events. 100 pairs of antique bronze earring posts and butterfly backs here, allowing you to create 50 pairs of earrings very, very easily. And here's your price point. £8.95. Another added to your order price, especially when you consider the fact that we are providing you with a wholesale deal. The perfect way to stock up, and I mean, we're talking what, say £5 for a pair of earrings. And I personally wouldn't go any lower than that. I know that some people try to coax people over to their stores by offering them, but I think you're not building value into your designs if you're going under £5 for genuine gemstone jewellery.
I think what I would tend to do is, instead of going for a £2 pair of earrings, I would say buy any necklace, buy any bracelet, and get a complimentary pair of earrings.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah,
that's a great idea.
So to have a massive stash of earrings. I mean, I've got, I think it's about 400 pairs I take with me every time I go.
Wow.
So I've always make sure that you've got, this I've learned from experience now, is when you're making a piece of jewellery, whether it's a necklace or a bracelet, I try to make a pair of matching earrings, and what I do is I make 2 pairs. One of them goes on the table and one of them I keep behind, because it always happens that somebody will buy that pair of earrings, somebody will come along, buy the necklace, do you have the earrings?
Oh, just sold them.
And you might lose the sale, so always make sure you make 2 pairs to match per piece of jewellery you make, and keep 1 pair behind, and then you can just produce that. And if you think you're going to lose the sale, bring the earrings out and said, well, you purchase the necklace and I'll give you these free of charge as a
so you
thank
can
you.
use them as a little negotiating tactic as well.
Absolutely.
That's fantastic advice, especially if you're just starting out at your craft fairs. These are the things that you've basically learned through experience, and now you're able to pass them all on. Yes, Mark's the king of craft fairs. So if you do want to get involved with that sort of sector, then this could be the item for you. We continue. Okay, now we're going to give you This is if you've really been naughty. These are your yellow gold plated silver posts and backs. Okay, so these aren't if you've just forgot to pick up the milk. These are if, like, you stayed at your mate's, you didn't bring your charger, you didn't let her know where you were, you're in big trouble. You've got to take gold plated sterling silver, and we've only got a limited number. Oh no. Again, very, very easy to create jewellery designs using this item. You get 10 pairs in total. Gorgeous elegance and opulence, really, from your gold plated sterling silver. That's a really vibrant plating, isn't it? Look at that. Almost a glow from this yellow gold here. And don't forget, we talked about this on this morning's show. We talked about it earlier in the week or over the weekend. We were talking about the fact that gold is almost inevitably going to be going up in price over the next 12 to 24 months. We can't say with certainty. We never know what's actually going to happen. But based on forecasts, we're suggesting that the price might increase because we're just not finding new deposits of gold. And so we're a little bit limited in the amount of gold that's actually available at the moment. So the suspicion is that the price for high-end metal tones will be going up. Precious metals like your gold and silver, who knows? I would of course take advantage of the wholesale deals here at JewelleryMaker. Gold plated sterling silver posts and backs. And here comes your price point. $9.95 for 10 pairs. We're talking about less than £1 a pair. That really does allow you to, well, give these away almost. Only to make a sale. Don't just go around the street giving them away. And if you're at a craft fair and you want to make a sale, maybe you've got, like, you know, a £20, £25 necklace and somebody's showing a lot of interest, as Mark rightly says, you could actually have a matching pair of earrings. It's cost you as little as £1 as a cost price to create the pair of earrings, but it might be the difference between making a sale and not making a sale. Have you actually had that happen to you, where you've won somebody over by offering them a pair of earrings, Matt?
Yeah.
There you go.
Lots of times.
So this is like a good common trick to learn then. This is the one.
Oh, it's not a trick. I just like giving people value for money.
I was going to say, the trick is that you're offering something,
somebody
something for nothing, basically. So, but you know, if you are trying to elevate your small business, your hobby, into a small business, these are the little bits of knowledge that our experts have picked up over their experiences, and they're passing those pieces of information on to you to help you get started at craft fairs. We're moving on to them. There is a bundle of head pins here. All yellow gold plated? No, that's not the one then. That's over here. It's all right, I can see it. Huge amount of head pins. So these are all the fine head pins. So do you get all of these in the bundle? Yeah, you get 100 of each, the fine head pins. Okay.
Gosh.
Oh, really? Limited in availability once again. There we go. So even I can make a pair of earrings using these. So these are your fine head pins. They go through even the very high-end rondelles. I'm just going to use this gemstone for now.
These are the featherweight.
Yes. 100 of
in
each
a separate
colour
bundle.
tone. Yes. So you've got the yellow gold plated, the rose gold plated, the silver and the antique bronze.
Have we had these as a bundle before?
I'm not aware of. Oh, actually, I think we created the bundle with eye pins, and now we've recreated it with head pins.
The past, I don't know, 10, 15 shows I've been on, I'm stressing to the viewers that if they've got the featherweight head pins in their findings packs from their kits, keep them. Just keep them all to one side.
For
Don't
when
use
you get
them
the high end.
for when you get your gems of distinction, because
Yep.
they go through all of the holes. And we keep being asked so many times, how can they turn the gems of distinction into jewellery?
Pair of snips.
I can't believe we're doing this deal.
We're doing it, Mark. It's all happening tonight. It's all thanks to you. This is your idea. I love it. Okay, it's taking me 2 seconds and the finish is horrendous, but the fine head pins, they go through any drill hole. There you go. And we haven't even set it at the correct price. Mark's looking at me like, why did you just do that? Your finish is horrendous. I was talking to you and talking to the customers. Yeah, you're right, it's terrible. Okay, the headpin special.
So how many? 400?
You get 400 in total. Somebody's
What I
getting
would use them for,
399,
is-
so I'll just cut one up.
Is
Okay.
because you can get them through the Gems of Distinction. One of my big sellers last Christmas, I made spectacle chains, and I was using 0.25mm wire to get through the Gems of Distinction. And with this, you can make rosary links.
Perfect.
To make rosary link chains. And
That's really popular at the moment as well, really
Yeah.
on trend. Okay, I've been told that that is not the price point, despite the fact that we only have a limited number. It's pretty much been a sellout. My producer wants to give everybody a deal. Of course, that's the idea behind our head pin bundle, well, behind any bundle, is to offer you the best value on the market. Mark's going to throw something at me. If I'm not making rubbish jewellery, you're going too low on the prices. We've got to move on because we're going to end up disappointing people on that particular deal.
I didn't see.
Well, apparently it should already have only been £8.80, but we dropped it down to £5.95. This is actually your plated brass, so it's not sterling silver, but even
Still,
so.
my word.
I mean, you don't really need sterling silver because it's so fine that it's only going to be used to attach high-end gemstones.
How many did we have of this bundle to start with?
I'm sorry, we only had 30 in stock and it has sold out, so we've got to move on. Sorry.
Wow.
Probably going to be a few disappointed people there. Okay, we're going to kick off now with something for the ladies now. So forget about my silliness of creating designs when you get in trouble. These are the gemstones that you can invest in to create those designs, aren't they?
Sorry,
really?
I can't get over that. That's amazing.
Mark's not having it. He's walked out. This, I hate to keep using this phrase, but it is true. This is easily the best strand of heliodor I've ever seen on JewelleryMaker. Bruce has fallen in love with this. Bruce is my director tonight. It's almost like a buttercup yellow, isn't it? And even though you've got the finer drill hole here, 30 people have got the head pins they need to go through these drill holes, and lots of you have already got the posts and backs you need to incorporate these into designs. That rich, as I say, buttercup yellow tone that is going to be perfect over the summer months. And I don't ever think I've seen heliodor of this quality here on JewelleryMaker. It tends to be, well, in the past, the varieties I've been given the opportunity to bring to you have always been quite heavily included, actually. The clarity and the saturation of colour you've got here. I mean, have you seen here?
No. I thought it was yellow sapphire when we saw it earlier. Yeah.
It actually does look
Yeah.
exactly like Canary Sapphires, doesn't it? I totally agree. Faceted again to perfection. It comes from our Gems of Distinction range. Because of that rich saturation of colour, when the light hits those facets, I mean, if you're looking for sparkle, this is the strand for you. This is known as yellow beryl. It comes from the beryl family. So it's rubbing shoulders with the likes of emerald and morganite. And until today, I don't think I'd seen a strand that could compete with the quality of morganite and emerald we have here at JewelleryMaker. But this is right up there, isn't it? How many times has this been on air? Because honestly, I've never seen it. Only featured on the show twice previously. So this is the first opportunity that we've had to bring to you. In fact, it's never been on the Late Show before, with me or
Really?
Ali. It's only featured on the morning show when it was launched, on one designer inspiration show. It probably fitted in with the theme of the day on that occasion. Now we have the last of stock available on the Late Show. For the first time ever, easily the highest quality strand of heliodor we've ever brought to you here at JewelleryMaker. And we've already got interest on the phone lines and at jewellerymaker.com. Don't forget, you've got a 30-day money-back guarantee. If golden beryl is something that you're interested in working with, this is where it's at. Let's have a look at our price point for the last in stock of 30 carats of heliodor. Once again, under £1 a carat. And again, this comes from our Gems of Distinction range. It represents the highest possible quality we can source for you here at JewelleryMaker, and I think that's pretty much evident in the quality of this strand itself. not just the colour, but the way in which the lapidorist has faceted the gemstone to enhance Mother Nature's hard work, to give you that beautiful play of light on the surface of the gemstone. 30 carats for $27.95. Absolutely incredible. We're going to move on. Oh, let's keep that in my hand then, because have a look at this for a combination. When I saw this strand of gemstones earlier, I was like, is that sapphire? It's actually kyanite. Actually, I'm not going to apologise for saying this again. This is the best strand of kyanite I've ever seen here on JewelleryMaker. I shouldn't be surprised at the quality we're able to get hold of these days, but it does sort of take you aback when you see these carat weights, the prices, the finish. It's just totally out of this world. I think this is the perfect combination. We've already discussed the idea of this traditional complement of royal blue and your golden tones, but here, because you've got the same finish on the gemstones, very vibrant hues of both your yellow and your royal blue, I just think that's phenomenal. I think it really works beautifully well together. You don't have to work with your heliodor and your kyanite together. Kyanite, of course, it's a gemstone enthusiast's gemstone, really. It's one for the collectors, because kyanite, from the rooftop of the world, traditionally mined for in the Himalayas. And of course, you know, I always like to put that into perspective for people. If you think that people sometimes spend years planning just expeditions to the Himalayas, imagine how difficult it is to actually mine for gemstones that form there. The reason that kyanite forms in this very unique environment is that it needs low temperatures but high pressures. So high altitudes tend to be where we find kyanite forming. Sorry, I mean it's a rich, almost like a cashmere blue, isn't it? And you get these almost needle-like inclusions in the gemstone which characterise it as kyanite itself. And actually, the last time we were able to bring you kyanite, I was saying never in my whole 6 years of working here have I ever had a gemstone collector come up to me and say, hey Ed, have you seen my sapphire, have you seen my emerald, have you seen my ruby? But on 2 different occasions, very regular collectors, both from JewelleryMaker and Gems TV, have come up to me and said, Ed, have a look at my kyanite. So that just goes to show this is one for the collectors. This is a gemstone you're fond of, Mark?
They had is it Larissa kyanite? I'm sure it's Larissa kyanite. They had a Larissa, I'm sure it's Larissa, seems to ring a bell. But Larissa kyanite showcase on Gems TV last night. Brand new range they had. It was
really?
Stunning, absolutely stunning.
Oh, I must be out of the loop. I hadn't seen that.
It was amazing, amazing. I think they had 5 rings in the showcase. It was a very small amount.
Wow,
they just can't
very,
get it.
very difficult to source this gemstone.
But that's very reminiscent of it. It's beautiful.
I was saying, like, you know, some people spend like 2 years just planning expeditions to this area to go mining there. It's not easy. And the quality here, again, it's just out of this world. And we can offer you an exclusive price reduction. Oh, and somebody's just given Mark a hot cup of coffee. That could be winging its way over to you any second, producer Liam, if he doesn't like this price point. Should be $19.95. We're not staying there for the next 60 minutes. We're going to give you a clearance price of $14.95.
That's really good.
I bet none of the rings were set into silver at that price, were they, Mark?
No. God, that's amazing.
Is this a gemstone that you would wear?
I love kyanite.
Yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. I try to get it as much as I can. It's one of the strands that I don't use for jewellery making. I just keep it for.
Do you know what? So many people tell me that about the Gems of Distinction strands. I never even realised that they would be so popular for collectors. But one lady, almost became a bit of a competition, didn't it, at Christmas time? Somebody texted in saying, I've got 54 strands of Gems of Distinction gems I've never touched. Somebody else texted in saying, I've got 72. So
no, I think there are viewers out there who are just buying the gemstones and not making jewellery. They collect them. That's it. That's what they do. That's
when you see
place to buy them.
When you see Gems of Distinction of this quality, you actually can do that, can't you? I mean, I personally
I know, that's
think if
amazing.
you got hold of both of those, you've got to make something out of them, sure.
I got told off by Vicky a couple of weeks ago on a show because we had, I can't remember whether it was exactly the same gemstones, but they're Oxford United football team colours. She said that's not very romantic, is it?
Would be for me. I'd love that if somebody knew that.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why people don't make jewellery designs for me. I think that is just a phenomenal combination. But yeah, it is for Cambridge, yeah. You should know because, of course, the infamous Dion Dublin, probably their most famous player, released his football tournament song yesterday. Basically, nobody knows what I'm talking about anymore, do they?
No.
I'll shut up now then. Okay, we're going to move on from our kyanite. That, for me, perfect addition to anyone's gemstone collection. And it's time that we unleashed the star buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Now, at 7 PM I got a little bit overexcited because I thought we were going to be launching this premiere strand. Don't worry, because right now that's what we're about to do. Now, I don't know if you've heard this phrase in the last 10-15 minutes or so, but I would say this is the best strand of pyrite I've ever seen here on JewelleryMaker. Now, with this particular strand of pyrite, I am extremely excited because this is another one that you might not expect to see here on The Late Show. We've got a huge quantity available. We're not going to limit anybody to a single strand or anything like that. You can add as many to your order as you wish. And I already know how many baskets there are open because we were so busy on the bridal show this morning, and of course Gemma inspiring us with a brand new launch during the Designer's Inspiration Show. What's going to be your next discipline, Mark? Have you given any thought to that? Or am I acting like the girls bullying you now, and shall I just leave you to the 5 you're dealing with?
The latest discipline for me was going to be the Viking weave, the Viking knit.
Right.
And I bought my kit, not this March just gone, but last March.
Wow.
So I'm a bit behind.
That's planning for you. Oh no, I was looking at the positive, like, yes, you see. Very pinpoint accuracy when we're planning a new technique for a designer. Well over a year in the making. Okay, so you're going to start to work with
well, I have got, I'm not going to say anything because I've been told not to, but there's a big launch that
you're earmarked for, shall we say?
Yes, in August. Massive. It's going to be huge.
It's an exclusive to the Late Show.
Yeah.
It's my Late Show exclusive. I'll do anything.
So, but I can't say anything at all.
Okay,
but
let's move away from that before I end up getting us all in trouble, because I will. I should say that whilst we've been discussing that with Mark, 50 strands of golden pyrite have already been allocated to people's orders. Now, we did have a larger quantity than we would traditionally have here on The Late Show for a launch. Normally we have around about 100 of any strand we're going to launch. On this particular strand we have 300 available. Well, we had 300 available. We've now got fewer than 250 in stock. That's how quickly this is selling out. And we haven't even brought the price on screen yet. Most people taking 2. That's because at jewellerymaker.com you can already see the price point. So let's bring all of our phone buyers into the loop here. We are going to launch this at under £10. Easily one of the highest quality strands of pyrite we've ever seen. We're actually a little surprised at that gorgeous reflective quality you've got there because of that high polished finish. But you've still got all of those irregularities, so lots of texture, lots of character, and a metallic tone that could easily be confused with precious gold, in my opinion. Some people taking 3s and 4s of this strand, and there's the price point. That's why it's proving to be so popular. Just watch out for Mark's coffee mug there as it comes winging its way.
Well, I was looking up there and seeing all these 3s and 2s, and I'm thinking, what do they know that we don't hear? And that's Because you know the price in your earpiece, but I don't.
He hadn't told me yet, actually.
He never told you.
They're always being naughty to me these days. I think it's because I used to be in charge.
Look at that at the top of the list on the left-hand side.
Oh, I wondered why she'd been so nice and made us a lovely copy. Oh. Come on, be fair. They need all the help they can get. The Disney Corporation.
Look at that. Honestly.
Okay, the name at the top of the list, for anybody who hasn't worked it out yet, is Tech Op Sam. It won't get her in trouble. She's amazing.
That was sneaky.
Mark's just bitter because he hasn't thought of it himself. Look at her! Look, quick, catch her! She's waving to us. She ran away! She ran away! Run away, run away! There she is. She shrugs as if to say, like I care. I've got hold of my pyrite. Oh my word. Who was that? Debbie in Greater Manchester. Don't be lured in by this woman. Don't be fooled by her.
What did Debbie say?
She said, should you be using Lucy's mug? That's the big dog's mug. She's the one that shouldn't be using it. She actually came in last week and we were doing some training. Lucy was heading up the training session. And so she's taking us through some ideas that we might use in our shows. And she said, you know what, Ed, I got in lots of trouble from some viewers last week for using your mug on air. And I was like, oh, right, that's why there was lipstick on my mug. I was actually annoyed. So, anyway, don't worry. Do you know what? I would give Lucy anything. She's one of my best friends. When I first started at the company, Lucy was my presenter on Gems TV. So I used to produce Lucy on Gems. So yeah, we've gone through the whole company together.
She's very beautiful.
She is. I have to admit that I was a bit annoyed when I found out about Drew on my first day. And they were like, Lucy's going to be your presenter. I was like, good. And then she was like, that's my husband. And I was like, oh, right, okay. 140 carats of golden pyrite here for $6.95. When we talk about add it to your order prices, this is what we're talking about. Genuine gemstones that are going to enhance your designs and maybe set you apart from other jewellery makers. I think traditionally, if you think of the finish on pyrite, it's a little more muted than you get in here. I mean, this is, I don't want to use this word because we've already come up with reflective, but just to make it down, it's shiny. Just what you'd associate with, well, gold traditionally. Thanks, Sam. That makes up for your naughtiness. She was on a break and she went down to the museum to find this rough cut variety of pyrite. This really highlights exactly what you're looking for in pyrite and exactly what you're getting.
That's incredible.
There you go. So this has come straight out of Pete's rucksack. Pyrite Pete, once again. No, I'm joking, I'm messing around. Thanks, Sam. That's really useful actually to see the way the pyrite crystals actually form. Interesting thing about pyrite is it has the same cubic crystal structure as a diamond. So it's got a traditional six-sided cubic structure, and that actually gives it a single reflective sorry, I was just being given some information that I had to share with everybody. Half the stock's now been allocated already. Over 150 strands allocated to baskets. Wow. That's crazy for us here on The Late Show, isn't it? Normally, as I say, we normally have 100 strands to launch.
Well, it's good that we get treated like this.
Of course.
I think it's nice.
It's all thanks to, well, the loyal customers. You've joined us every night for The Late Show, and now we're starting to reward you by providing you with little treats like a premiere launch of Pyrite for $6.95. I was just going to say that the thing that diamonds and pyrite have in common is their crystal structure. So they have the same refractive index, so you get that beautiful reflective quality. This is what you'd associate maybe with a black diamond. When you think about the luster, that reflective quality, that's exactly what you've got here from these rough cut medium nuggets of pyrite. And you've got a real variety of textures here, haven't you? You've got those huge faceted edges which provide you with that reflective finish, and then you've got these little bits of organic finish on the gemstones as well. $6.95 for 140 carats of pyrite. We're going to leave that one with you. Don't forget, if you do add it to your basket, check out to avoid disappointment. 200 strands now allocated on that particular item. Really, really impressive. And coming up in about 15 minutes time now, another wholesale super saving bundle in the form of Larimar and Black Spinel. I would use that with these, personally. Think that works, Mark? As a combination?
I'm just thinking of a simple black bracelet using that Spinel for the gents. I don't think I would wear Larimar. I don't know. Would you wear Larimar?
Larimar, I think, is one of those gemstones I would wear if I was on holiday. So if I had my Panama hat, hat and my linens, then I'd probably wear a Larimar bracelets and that.
Okay, no, that makes sense.
You like that? I always think of Larimar, it has quite sort of tropical connotations to me. So yeah, each to their own. That's the beautiful thing about working with genuine gemstones, the fact that everybody tends to have their own personal association with each gemstone. So Spinel and Larimar coming up in about 15 minutes time as a wholesale star buy opportunity. Before that, we're going to continue to bring you all the deals and add it to your order prices. Where are we going on to? So there's a little bit of a gem focus here. We've got a few different strands of Labradorite going on here. Whenever I talk to workshop attendees or friends on Facebook, or of course our guest designers, they tell me that they believe one of the reasons Labradorite is so popular is that it sells, basically, because when people see this optical effect, this labradorescence, it captures their imagination. They fall in love with the gemstone itself. And of course, Labradorite, very, very versatile because it works so well in masculine jewellery designs. And on this particular strand, you've got the faceted nuggets, which range in size from 10 by 5 to 19 by 10. So again, the irregularities are providing you with a textured and organic finish, which I think suits masculine jewellery designs, and Mark's actually created a beautiful pair of cufflinks here. This is a wow piece of jewellery for me. I mean, if you presented your father with a beautiful pair of cufflinks like this at the end of June, you know, these are the kind of gemstones which even, you know, the most manly of men will be bowled over by that optical effect. It almost has a mystical quality to it, doesn't it? It's something that you can't really believe until you see it with your own eyes. I love this because on the strand itself, you've got the two variations in size that you'd need to create this cufflink design. That's the exact same technique that you showed me earlier, right? So there you go. Very, very simple to create, but so effective, mostly because of the gemstone itself. Do you find that you have more successful sales when you're working with a gemstone like Labradorite?
No, Labradorite's a bit of an odd one, right? Because most of my jewellery I have stood up on busts, right, but with my Labradorite I have it laying flat. And people come along and they bypass it. They bypass Labradorite completely. You know, they're drawn to bright colours or gemstones that they know. And that's when I come round from my table and I say, oh, have you seen this stone here? This is Labradorite, have you heard of it? No. And then you lift it up and then it works its magic. And then
so Labradorite is actually the gemstone that you actually use to engage with your customers.
Yes, I still do. So I always make sure my Labradorite pieces are laying flat on the table so they walk past and just see this grey stone. and then you come around and lift it up and show them, and they're just mesmerised by it, and it
People fall
works
in love with it,
every
isn't it?
time. Every time.
There you go. In fact, you know, I've heard the same story from a number of different guest designers who tell me
Yeah.
this is the gemstone that captures people's imagination. That's when people start to understand why people are working with genuine gemstones rather than the synthetics. This beautiful optical effect. Okay, these are already flying out the door, probably because of Mark's gorgeous design. Oh, and of course the price point. $9.95. I mean,
I would charge
that's
£15 for those.
I was going to say that's a very gem-heavy piece
Yeah.
of jewellery, isn't it? Those cufflinks. I'll just hold one for now.
Wow.
So you would be looking to achieve a price point of around £15. I mean, these are gold-plated sterling silver filings,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
you know, again, that's a great way to justify the price point you want to achieve, working with the high-end findings. But the gemstone's doing all the work here, isn't it? In terms of your Labradorite, $9.95. You make your money back. Well, you're going to make a profit of 4 gemstones.
How many large stones have you got in the middle section? 6?
Yeah.
4 to 6, do you think?
So the 2, 4, I'd say 7 of those larger sizes on that strand.
Okay.
So
So
I'd say
yeah, I think you're going to get, well, at least 3 pairs
3 pairs of cufflinks.
out of that. Yeah.
There you go. So
They're
that's
beautiful.
£45 off one strand.
Wow.
£35 profit. Thank you, Mark. Those are absolutely gorgeous. We're going to move on. Okay, this is the Labradorite strand that both Mark and I created a cufflink out of earlier. Mark's was better than mine, unsurprisingly. And it's out of this world. Instead of having this sort of stone grey base tone to this gemstone, it's more of a sort of moss green, I think. Still got that labradorescence coming through. Have a look at this for a design. Anybody who got hold of the 3-strand pack of Pyrite, start dialing right now. In about 20 seconds, it might be too late, because when you see the way Mark has married up these 2 gemstones together, you're going to want to recreate this design instantly. You're talking about 400 carats of Labradorite here. They're 12mm plain round, so a very significant size. Look at this. It works so well. Those are the Pyrite wheels. And that's a macramé technique, isn't it?
So that's what I call half a square knot. So I've instead of doing a full square knot in between each bead, I've just done half.
Half one.
Yeah.
Okay, I get it.
Just to
I don't think I
separate
could
the
do
beads a bit.
I've been watching your shows, you see, so I understand the concept behind the macramé knots. I'm too scared to get it wrong. I'll have a play, and then I'll come to your workshop.
Okay.
Have a look at this. The labradorescence still absolutely coming to life inside the design. Look at that.
So I would happily wear that necklace. I really like that.
Absolutely.
It's really substantial. I like that.
You know, there is a little bit of a theory is on for all the single gents out there called peacocking. Now, you know, if you want to attract attention, you need to be dressing with flair. That's how I would put it.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So, you know, if you're just wearing your jeans and your jumper and you're sitting in the corner, she's not going to come over to you, you know. You've got to be the one who's attracting her attention. Jewellery designs could be the way to do that, because not a lot of men actually accessorise appropriately. This is perfect. I would wear that happily. And all you need to do is get hold of your 12mm rounds of Labradorite. $400 carats in total. Hold on, sorry. Have a look at this. How often do you see bright yellow labradorescence? Yes, we see the golden tones every now and then. This is almost the difference between the normal strands of heliodor we have and that strand we had earlier.
Yeah.
That's the difference we have in the golden labradorescence and this yellow labradorescence. I don't think I've ever seen that. So you've got lime greens,
Right
electric
next
blues.
door to turquoise, look. And then, gosh, look at that.
Oh, $7.95.
Oh gosh.
Okay, are we entitled to be a little bit surprised at the price range? And you see the quality of the Labradorite, the huge carat weight, the significance of the size of the gemstones, because of course each and every gemstone has been cut and polished to these very specific specifications in terms of your 12mm polished rounds. The labradorescence is ridiculous. Look at that. I've got lots of people multi-buying this strand. That's the way to do it. Stock up while you can. Who knows when we'll have another strand of Labradorite in this specific size with that level of labradorescence coming through for under £10. Another incredible price point, not to be ignored. For me, another add it to your order price, really. If you've got a basket up and running, if you've paid your £2.95 for your P&P today, I would add that to your order for £7.95, and like Pamela, I would get 3 strands of this, so congratulations. We'll leave that one with you, and we've got a few more deals to bring you. First of all, a quick reminder of our competition. So we're looking for an English alternative for the German phrase dragonfutter, which we thought meant dragon's fury, and now we've been corrected and told it means dragon's fodder. Mark doesn't understand this concept.
No, not
because
at all.
he's too good. Really? Do you not get in trouble from your significant other? I can't get through like half an hour without getting an ear bashing. I'm definitely getting all of these items. I'm going to be making jewellery non-stop. So the idea is that if you get in trouble from your significant other, that you can appease them by creating a simple piece of jewellery to give them as a gift, as a peace offering. And so we're looking for an English alternative for the German phrase dragonfutter. So if you've got one of those, send it through and you could potentially win. Well, you could have Father's Day sorted, basically. Got all these masculine designs, and we'll send them out if we get a suggestion that my producer's happy with. So far, there's a couple of people on the fringes, but nothing's... It's come some contenders, but nothing's stealing the show so far. That's how I'd describe it. Okay, we're going to continue with the deals. We want to find add it to your order prices for everyone. And this is our first opportunity to own bronzite this evening. We've already seen its inclusion within Mark's gorgeous macramé bracelet. And this particular gemstone hasn't featured very often here on JewelleryMaker. I love this. Again, you're getting almost like a cat's eye-like effect. Same kind of effect you saw on the Hypersthene, actually. And actually related, the two gemstones are. And it's this little chatoyancy or schiller that you get within the gemstone. Hopefully it's going to come through on screen again. And you've got those rich, almost like conker browns, which again will work so perfectly in masculine jewellery designs. Well, they'll work in any jewellery designs because you've got that earthy tone. I mean, if you're maybe somebody that follows Debbie Bolford's Polly McClay design, she tends to work with a lot of these earthy tones as well. But while we're focusing on manly makes this evening, we're thinking about the colour tones that would work in those designs. And as I say, we've already been inspired by Mark's bronzite design. But this is your opportunity to own a strand of bronzite that's never been available as an individual strand previously, only been part of designer bundles. These are 12 by 8mm in size. And we already know how useful that sort of elongation can be when you're trying to incorporate certain beads into certain designs. 200 carats in total, and here comes your price point. What's Gary the Gremlin doing? Get out of there. $9.95 for 200 carats of bronzite. If you want to get involved, you know what to do. Start dialing that free phone number or click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com. It's another add it to your order price, especially when you consider how significant the look is that you've got on this bronzite. So I think you can use this quite sparingly because of that intense chocolate brown or conker brown, it's really going to make a significant impact on your designs. $9.95 for 200 carats of bronzite. And we've got another deal, because now we're going to provide you with a chance to own the faceted variety of the same strand. So very, very similar size in terms of the gemstones. A 10 by 8. So slightly smaller, sorry. Those are 12 by 8, these are 10 by 8. But these are your faceted varieties. So again, because of that rich colour tone, because of the saturation, when the light is bouncing off the surface of the gemstone, it's almost reflective, like a lustre. 180 carats in total. And here's your price point. $8.95. $8.95. And this time you've got the faceted variety. I was saying that I would prefer the polished varieties in my designs, but Matt was saying faceted beads work perfectly in masculine designs.
Absolutely.
So each to their own, but you've got to have all of these gemstones in your selection so that you've got something for everyone's tastes. 180 carats. I mean, bronzite, is this something you work with a lot? Because you were saying
it's really difficult to get hold of, isn't it? We don't, as you say, we don't see it very often, do we? Not at all. But not talking about the masculine side of it, I use bronzite with rose quartz.
Right, so that really, combination again.
That's a really nice combination.
It's very, it's almost like quite dramatic or quite theatrical, really. The feminine tones with the richer really nice chocolate browns. I love this. $8.95. Another added to your order price. We are going to leave that one there because it is now time to bring you yet another star buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time for another star buy. On this occasion, we have bundled together a collection of gemstones. Sorry, my producer just went, no, in my head, I think there was something else going on the computer screen. I thought I'd got it wrong. But actually, this is the gemstone bundle that we're bringing you. This is your black spinel and your gorgeous Larimar. Love this. I mean, for me, when I look at the rough cut nuggets of any gemstones, it almost excites me because I really enjoy the gemological side of jewellery making. That's sort of where my interest lies. And I think this gives us a real insight into the way the gemstones actually form. Because you think about the intense pressures and temperatures that the gemstones are almost, well, it's almost like something they go through, really. It's like a trauma, you know, the pressures and temperatures are so intense. They're pushed and pulled in different directions and they end up forming these gorgeous crystal formations. I think that's almost more of an impact when you see the rough cut varieties. Now we've got over 100 carats of black spinel here. Quite delicate sizes. They range from 4x2 to 5x2, so very subtle variation in the sizes. The Larimar are a much more significant size and a larger variation. They range from 8x7 to 20x9mm in size. You've got all these tropical blues and the sky blues from your Larimar. Tends to be a gemstone we associate with the Dominican Republic. That's where it's mostly found. And as a result, it has quite a tropical feel to it. It is sold heavily on cruise liners, actually, cruise liner jewellery, which is a massive market, actually. It's a big industry, of course. People who go on cruises tend to be in the market for luxury goods like jewellery, and Larimar does tend to feature heavily in those areas in the world. And as a result, whenever I speak to somebody about this gemstone, they always tell me it's something they spotted when they were abroad. They didn't invest in it, they always regretted it, and then they've taken the opportunity on the second time of seeing it. So, who knows, maybe if you're working with this gemstone, actually it could be a good gemstone to interject into your craft fair stores towards the end of the summer months. So when people are returning from their hollybobs and they've spotted it elsewhere at whatever it is, 250 euros or what have you, and then they come home and they see that you're offering Larimar jewellery for £25, that could be the way to make a sale. You like that? It's a good strategy, isn't it? You've got to rely on somebody having been on a Caribbean cruise, seeing it and coming back, but who knows? You might just like to work with it because it's absolutely gorgeous. Producer Liam's really into Larimar. He's saying I'd wear that any day of the week. So that, do you know what, that's so interesting, and that's what I love about genuine gemstones. So every single individual has their own association with a gemstone or a gemstone they love. So it's just different, isn't it? Different people require different jewellery designs for their tastes, and this for me works perfectly. You've got the organic finish in both strands, and of course, because we bundled them together, we can offer you a wholesale deal for 2 strands this evening. I will just say, this is a huge strand of black spinel, 38 centimetres in length. Because you've got those delicate rough cuts, you've got a huge amount of gemstones on the strand. Over 100 carats in total, and then you've got the Larimar. I love the combination actually of the sky blues and the black together. Works for me. Let's have a look at our star buy price this evening. Whoa! Would you wear it now, Matt? $7.95. Wow, no wonder we've got so many people multi-buying this particular 2-strand pack at $7.95. Again, we're talking about less than £4 a strand. And there's a huge amount of black spinel there. Of course, black spinel, very well known. It's been mistaken for black diamonds so many times throughout the ages because of that rich luster that you get from the gemstone. And actually, heavily used by some of the jewellers on the high street spinel, isn't it? Really popular. I really like that combination at $7.95. When you consider the amount of gemstones you're getting on both strands, it's another added jewellery price. Maybe you've been looking at your jewellery collection and you've been looking at your gemstones and you're thinking, I've got nothing here for my holiday jewellery. This could be the perfect bundle for you. Or, of course, for your manly makes, because both the director, Bruce, and the producer, Liam, are falling in love with this bundle. They love it. There you go. You might get some commissions off Liam and Bruce. Who knows? $7.95 for your Larimar and spinel nuggets. We're going to leave that one with you. We are going to go to a quick break. When we return, the final hour of the Manly Makes Late Show, so don't go away.
It was here almost 650 years ago in Amir, where King Jai Singh first laid the foundations that was to become one of the world's most famous walled cities, Jaipur. The city of Jaipur, commonly known as the Pink City, is now taking centre stage for gemstone cutting and trading. It's here in the bursting heart of the walled city that our gems of distinction strands are cut, faceted and polished. So, how do you get a pile of tourmaline that looks like this into a gorgeous strand that looks like this? So when you've got a pile of tourmaline like this, it's going to be made into gemstone beads. First of all, each one of these gemstones need to be inspected. A line is then drawn down the middle of the gemstone or wherever the gem is going to be faceted, and it's then taken behind us and then faceted into these rough gem shapes. Once each gemstone has been cut into the amount of pieces it needs to be, it's then time to shape the gemstones. These gentlemen are working on anything from a round to a pear shape, pretty much any cut imaginable. The next process is polishing and faceting, and this takes a huge amount of skill. It can take years for a lapidurist to be able to facet like this, and each one of the gemstones can take up to 10 minutes to cut. A really lengthy but incredible process. The next stage of the process is really interesting. This is where each one of the gemstones is drilled. And what Sanjay's doing here is putting a drill through faceted beads of black tourmaline. The next stage after drilling is then to get the gemstones sorted into their appropriate colours and sizes. This can be a really, really lengthy process. Once the gemstones are sorted into different colours and sizes, they're then arranged into these strands and made into strands like this. Now each one of these gemstones could have gone through a 30 to 40 minute process to arrive on a strand like this. It's really quite incredible. If there's one thing that my time in India has taught me, it's the hours of dedicated time that goes into making each one of the gemstones we sell on JewelleryMaker.
If you love classic jewellery, then why not come and join guest designer Gemma Crow on our vintage workshop. Gemma will guide you through various beading and wirework techniques which will inspire you to create timeless designs from a bygone era. The full course includes a selection of wire, a selection of findings and charms, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools and equipment, a buffet lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and a visit to our Gemstone Museum. All of this for just $69.95. Have a blast from the past and take home some amazing designs. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Welcome back to the Late Show here on JewelleryMaker. My name's Ed. I'm also joined by the very talented Mark Smith, and we're going to go over to Mark for a few designs and a bit of inspiration in the final hour. So if you do have any specific questions, Mark, or any techniques that you'd like him to demonstrate, then do not hesitate to text in with your request, or of course to message us if you are logged in at jewellerymaker.com. The text number you need is 60777, but do ensure that you start your text with the phrase JM Studio. I'm just going to make everybody well aware of the super star buy. It's coming up in about half an hour's time, not long to wait at all. This is your blue banded agate with quartz, and these are huge faceted slabs. You love these, don't you?
This is the best star buy this year so far, in my opinion. I know I shouldn't have favourites, but this is just incredible. I hope we've got a lot of them.
How many have we got in stock? Quite a significant quantity.
Oh, good.
Not
good.
quite as many as the Pyrite that we had 300 of, but
okay.
We've got a higher quantity than we'd usually have.
Because at the moment because obviously the viewers like this sort of stone, because we're having so many Wall of Fame coming through at the moment with intricate basket weave, wire wrapped pendants. I think you had some this morning.
I had one. I was going to say I had one.
Yeah, you had one this morning.
Almost identical to the banding,
and
not
you
the
mentioned
shape.
Laura Binding, didn't you?
I said, this looks like it's inspired by Laura Binding, and then the first line of the email was, this was inspired by Laura Binding. So yeah,
these are just perfect.
Absolutely. There you go. My producer's saying, oh, you must be catching on there, Ed. I should know my stuff. Sometimes. So, yeah, so for Mark, best star buy of the year so far. That's actually saying something, because we're halfway through the year.
Yeah.
But you
I just love it.
You just fall in love with it.
Yeah, as soon as I saw it this afternoon. Beautiful. Do you know how much it's going to be?
How much is it going to be?
Can you whisper?
You won't tell me.
He won't tell you.
Oh, he said he'll whisper it in my ear. Right, okay. I'll whisper it in Mark's ear.
Okay. Do I have to cover my mic?
Under £15.
Okay.
Now everybody knows. That's the way to do it. Okay, so we're going to get started with our metal stamping now. This is really impressive because, for me, I think I've been to lots of craft fairs, tried to get a feel for what's going on in the jewellery making world. And sometimes I think almost like people are waiting for the right customer to come to them. And they're not doing anything proactive to attract attention to their stall. I think the metal stamping is the perfect way to do this because, for a start, it's noisy. And I already had one message from a Facebook user this afternoon who said that she was just having a whale of a time doing metal stamping at home, and she was hammering in time with Gemma. That's what she told me. But, well, yes, it's noisy. So the first thing somebody does when they walk into the craft fair, they're going to hear you. Then they're going to say, what is that noise? Got to go round. They're going to see what you're doing, maybe start to build a bit of rapport with your customers. And then, of course, you can tell them that you're actually individualising each and every piece of jewellery for your customers. I can see, again, that helping you to make sales. I mean, do you agree with that concept, Mark?
No,
That
absolutely.
idea?
Absolutely.
If you don't make a song and dance, no one's going to come and buy your jewellery designs. Okay. So these are your 3mm lowercase stamps. Who's just said, I think Ed's broken. And perfect for creating maybe initials or names or anniversary dates, dates of birth, or little sentiments. These have been left here by Gemma so we could show you just how effective the metal stamping can be. Oh, I like this one. Just Dance. So he's done a little bit of texturing on the metalwork itself, but the metal stamping, that's really impressive because it's not sort of like a romantic sentiment, it's really fun. Piece of jewellery, anybody could wear that really. Or, here we go, so this is a little more romantic, but actually this is something you could give maybe to, you know, a friend if they're going through a hard time, something like that. Compassion? It says compassion.
Oh.
Oh, I see, right. They couldn't read it in the gallery, so they were like, why would you give that to a friend who's having a hard time? Because they thought it just said passion. It does say compassion. So yeah, so nice little sentiments, or as I say, if somebody's about to buy something off you, you can literally ask them what their initials are and personalise their jewellery design for them. This is your lowercase stamps. Now these are the Rolls Royce of your metal stamping items. I'll just take the lid off. Oh, there you go. Price is on the screen. Oh, won't come off very easily, I'm afraid. But they're all the little metal stamps. I have actually demonstrated this only about a week ago on air. So yes, you get A to Z. You also get a question mark, an exclamation mark, just some simple grammar and a little tick there as well. What's so funny?
Some simple grammar and a tick.
Yeah, well, you know, an asterisk, a dash, a bracket, and a tick. Well, I was thinking the tick's nothing to do with anything, really, is it?
No.
Why would you need a tick? I can't.
I
was like, you need the grammar. You need, because you might want to put something in brackets, but a tick.
Oh no.
Who knows? There must be a reason. We just haven't figured it out yet. That's what it is. $39.95 for your lowercase stamps. And I can tell you that when our metal stamping designer, who is Debbie Kershaw, actually invested in her stamps, it was before JewelleryMaker even existed, and she was telling me that she paid basically twice as much for them a couple of years ago.
Have you seen her DVD? It's amazing.
Yes, it's amazing.
Yeah.
Her designs are incredible. Yeah,
No,
it's
I loved
brilliant.
it.
And not only that, but the company she bought them from charged per weight of item.
They are
They
very
are
heavy.
quite hefty in terms of their weight, because basically you buy blocks of metal, so you can understand. And then we're going to do the uppercase. So we've just done the lowercase. Oh, really? We've only got single figures of availability. So the uppercase proved to be very, very popular. I suppose it's because things written in lowercase without a capital letter might look a little bit offset, but capitals always works, I suppose. Or maybe they just sold out quicker. I don't know. But we only have single figures of availability. It looks like it's going to be a sellout item this evening at just $39.95. We've matched the price all the way along, and instead of the simple grammar on this one, you actually get some little a dollar sign, a star, an arrow, and then little bits of detailing.
One of the big things on the high street at the moment is moustaches in jewellery and all sorts, and clothing and fabric materials, and there's a little squiggle on there that you can put one up against the other.
That one
to make a moustache.
So you can just use it twice.
Yeah, and make a moustache.
Make a little moustache. Yeah, that is really popular, isn't it? Is that because of the testicular cancer awareness campaigns, do you think?
Could well be.
Because actually I saw somebody saying that they were the Movember partners with Gillette, and I was thinking it's only June. But you know what, I suppose it's a worthwhile cause. You should be getting awareness all year round, not just in one month.
No, that's right.
And then we've actually got, these are really impressive. This is your script. So rather than the graphics have frozen.
Oh no.
The whole controller's frozen. I told you Gary had turned up, didn't I? That's that Lucy. She released him on her way out the door. She's like, get him. So, these are your lowercase stamps, but in script. So almost like italics, I suppose. And we're struggling to get the graphics on screen for this one. Seems like. Okay, we're having a little bit of a problem, but don't panic, because this will give us an opportunity, potentially, to go over and see what Mark's been working on. Should we do that? Should we go over and see what Mark's been working on in this time? Just while we sort out our technical issues. Is that all right with you, Mark?
Yeah.
Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah.
So we'll do a little demonstration, which we don't get the opportunity to do enough here on The Late Show. So we're going to go over to Mark and have a look at this demo. Oh, it's just started working again. How typical.
That's all right.
You know what? Don't worry about it. We're still going to have a look at the demo.
Okay. I've got 3 things to show you. Which one do you want? 1, 2 or 3. Don't look. You choose.
I like what's going on. Oh, I just pick a number.
Yeah.
Okay, 3.
Okay, that's this one here then.
We will bring the script stamps on screen in that time. They're the exact same price, and again, we only have single figures of availability, I'm afraid, so already people coming through. But let's have a look at Mark's demo then, because we haven't had a great deal of opportunity to see what you've been working on.
Okay, so I need to alter this, because you did choose the wrong one.
Oh.
So that's all right.
No, we're doing it now. Producer's saying he can change if he wants.
No, we'll do it now. That's fine. What I'm going to do is show you, this is a sort of a macramé braiding technique.
Can I ask you one question before you start?
Yep.
How important is it that you have a macramé board?
For me, they're indispensable now. I've got a workshop tomorrow, so I'm back tomorrow.
Ah, right,
so
okay.
they'll all be using those tomorrow. No, I love my macramé board.
Okay, so you would say if this is a discipline that you want to get involved with,
yeah,
first thing
absolutely.
You need a macramé board.
Yeah, I mean, I use pins now. I mean, in the past, I used to get the bulldog clip, and, and it was a bit of a faff, but being able to use pins and all sorts of things
pins,
now.
Aren't they?
Yeah, T-pins, have you seen them?
No. Do we sell them here?
We have them in very occasionally, and they fly out there.
I was going to say,
little things.
They never survive for the Late Show, Mark.
No,
they
it's
fly
a shame,
out to
isn't
the
it?
preview audience, I think.
It's a shame. I don't know if Sam's bought my jewellery back or not. Bear with me a sec. Yeah, so I'll show you quickly how we did this.
She's probably too busy buying things.
Yes. There she
Hi, Sam.
So I'm going to show you quickly how to do that.
Okay, that's great, because we saw this design earlier on this evening when we offered you the cord deal. And now we're going to find out exactly how to make this. I am being told we are now down to the last one in stock on the 4mm script stamps. We only started with single figures of availability, but maybe you missed out on the opportunity previously. So the final one going at $39.95. Let's have a look at Matt's.
Okay, this is the what I call it the swap over square knot.
Okay.
Okay, so I've used 4 cords on each colour to make it a thicker braid. Okay.
Yeah.
So what I've done, I've made a knot at the top, just an ordinary loop, and I'm going to make a button knot at the end.
Okay.
To do as we've done on the back of the bracelet there. So we separate the colours, and we do a square knot using one of the colours underneath the other colour, like so. and we make a square knot. So we do the right hand side and then the other side. Put those underneath. Okay, and to swap, there are 3 different ways of swapping. Okay, so I'll show you all the ways that we swap. So what we can do is we can take the 2 white cords off, drape the darker colours over the top and attach to your board. So you're going to do a square knot, but this time the white cords are behind the dark. So we do a square knot. Okay, and it's up to you how tight you pull. Can we see that all right with those pins in the way? We're okay there, aren't we?
Yes. Director's happy.
Okay, so we'll do the one side and then we'll do the other. Okay, and then we take away the dark, and this time we're going to put them in front. Okay, so we lift them like so. So it's up to you whether you have the cords swapping behind or in front. So now we've got the working cords above the lasers, not underneath. Again, do exactly the same square knot. And because you're alternating, you get more of a diamond pattern.
Okay. You can see that evident in the final design.
Yeah.
Brilliantly.
And then we do the right hand side. So it's up to you whether you drape the 2 working strands behind or in front of the lasers. You just keep going until you get that nice alternating pattern.
Love it. So effective, isn't it?
Simple as
I love
that.
it.
And it works really well with gents jewellery, as you can see. It just looks lovely on there.
And so you're doing a macramé workshop tomorrow, are you?
Yes, and a chips and nuggets on Friday. So I'm here for the next 2 days.
I hope you've paid your rent. So a little bit of a demo from Mark. Hopefully that's helped you get this particular macramé knot into your head. It's all about practice with the knotting techniques, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do you find them quite therapeutic though?
I love it. Yeah, I really enjoy it. You just go into a world of your own.
It's the same concept, I think, that I apply to doing chainmail, because the repetition just makes it.
Well, I've got a designer inspiration
like
show on Monday afternoon.
Oh, really?
So, and I'm incorporating chips and nuggets with chainmail. First time I've ever attempted chainmail and nugget splice. I'm really pleased with it.
Blow me out the water in his first attempt. I just know it. Right, we're going back over here. Okay, so anybody who did just get hold of the metal stamps, of course, you're going to need a hammer and a block. And we've bundled them together so that we can provide you with a wholesale deal. It's so simple. This is another sort of technique that even I have been forced to demonstrate on air by Debbie, and I've even done it off my own back. So it's so simple, basically because you just hammer it onto the blank or the sheet metal that you're working with. And I did pass on the message to the buying team that we're looking for some distinctive shapes of blanks, because that's what I was hearing from customers on Facebook this afternoon. So I've passed that message on for everybody, but you've got to get hold of your essential hammer and block. And of course, this is your chasing hammer, so it does have the domed part on your head of the hammer. That allows you to texture your designs, as you can see that Gemma has done here, you see. Almost creates a bit of a vintage effect to the design, I think. So this is your steel block and hammer. Don't forget, we're not going to charge you for the weight of the item here at JewelleryMaker. 1 P&P per day of just £2.95. Even if you order all of your metal stamps and your hammer and your steel block, you're still only going to pay £2.95 today. And you get both of these right now for £7.95. Well, how much is the hammer alone normally? So if you were to buy all of this at 10 PM this evening, it'll cost you £14.90. But right now, as part of this particular bundle deal, it's virtually half price, isn't it? £7.95. Perfect way to get hold of your hammer and block. Maybe you've got no intention of doing metal stamping. Maybe it's just to texture your wire designs if you want to take your your wire work in a new direction.
Earlier I was talking about these wire herringbone bangles that I make.
Yes.
Well, I tried to make the same clasp to match the colour wire I use. So I'll make a little clasp and I always hammer it to work hard on it.
Work hard on it.
Yeah,
so you say this is an essential item,
yeah.
really. Because even if you're not heavily involved in wire work, you're still going to be able to create your own findings from wire and stuff, and work hard in it, obviously, makes it easier to work with. So I've just been told that the hammer alone is usually $6.95. So this represents quite phenomenal value, really. The chasing hammer and your steel block for just $7.95. That's like getting this huge steel block for £1. And we've had a question for you, Mark. How much? Right, okay. So how much would you charge for your hemp-based macramé bracelets at a craft fair?
Okay, no gemstones at all. Probably £3 or £4.
Yep.
And then obviously it depends on the gemstone you use. So if you had amethyst rounds, for example, it'd probably be £10. If you were using sapphire rounds or emerald rounds, it all depends on the gemstone. But,
of course.
But about £10 for hemp. And
Okay.
I always use 7 gemstones as well.
There you go.
Plus 2 for the toggle, so that's 9 gemstones altogether.
And you can pretty much get a good idea from those sort of blueprints, if you like, of what you can charge depending on what you've paid for your gemstone.
Right. So it's any gemstone that's easy to find, easy to source. So all the agates, all the quartzes, they're about £10, and then anything
that's a little bit more prestigious.
Yeah, absolutely.
Then that starts to up the price point.
Yeah, and on my wire and my macramé wire start at £15.
Right.
So
Okay. Is it a little bit more difficult to achieve macramé?
It's a really nice effect. It's just a lot more work.
Right.
And I use 3 working strands instead of 1 for a general macramé bracelet. So there's a lot more work. And then, as I said, we make the clasp when we hammer, and the cost of the wire. And
the wire is going to be more expensive than a cord.
Yeah.
Okay, so hopefully that puts the pricing strategy in context for everybody. Who was that from, sorry? Yvonne. So hopefully that's helped you out, Yvonne. And I'm just going to let everybody know about these again, just so Mark can look at them, because he just loves them. In fact, these have been described by my friend Mark as the best star buy of the year.
Yeah, I think so. Look at them.
I mean, they're just...
This is old school JewelleryMaker strand, in my opinion.
Yes, that's
from
so
way
true.
back.
Because when we first started, we were much more reliant on the more readily available gemstones, and also the gemstones which were more heavily associated with crafting, so the denser gemstones which were less likely to be damaged, so your jaspers, your agates. I remember having quite a lot of, say, carnelian, but it wasn't of the same quality you find in our Gems of Distinction range. It was the multicoloured carnelian. And so, yeah, I'd agree with that. We did tend to focus heavily on the agates. The size of these, though,
have you got double-sided on yours? They got different patterns on either side?
Kind of similar, although there are a few where the banding is different.
It's incredible, isn't it? I just love these.
They are beautiful, aren't they? And can you see masculine designs when you look at these?
Well, I think as we were talking about watch bracelets earlier, watch face bracelets.
Oh yes, you did say those, yeah.
Dark blue hemp or black hemp. They look really good.
And actually, shall I tell you a trick that you may or may not employ, but maybe you're at home to it? Angela Edwards, when I was talking to her about ways to, create profitable jewellery for your craft fairs, Angela Edwards is the business guru. She runs the business workshop here at JewelleryMaker, so she's got lots of ideas about how you might like to, say, transport your hobby into a small business. She says she would buy items like this. She puts them in a little basket. She sells them as individual gemstones, because kids who have been sort of dragged down to Village Hall on Saturday morning will still have some pocket money, £2 a pop.
Brilliant idea.
Because people want to have their own gemstone, don't they? We're saying about people having that personal association. That's one very profitable way to maybe sell your agate slabs. Okay, we're going to continue. Which one are we going for, sorry? Okay. There's been lots of ideas for manly makes this evening, and even how to get yourself out the doghouse. But it's now time. something for the ladies.
Oh,
They
no.
will literally do anything to take the mickey out of me, won't they? A bit anemic. I look very odd indeed. I mean, clearly, sun's out, guns out, but I'm not sure about the look on my face. It looks a bit strange,
No.
doesn't it?
I think you look like.
I look a bit pained. I look like somebody's hurting me. Very odd. We are now able to bring you some of the most prestigious gemstones from our Gems of Distinction range, and I know why this has been selected. This is producer Liam's favourite gemstone. Mandarin garnet. Oh my word. Hopefully you'll be able to see the extent of the faceting on this strand of gemstones. Now, the greater the number of facets you place on the surface of a gemstone, the greater the play of light, so the more sparkle. There are so many facets on these gemstones. Very delicate sizes. They range from 2x1 to 3x1, so we're talking about micro faceting here. This is a very, very labour intensive process. But when you're working with one of the rarest varieties of garnet, probably worth it, particularly these golden tones, because it really is sparkling. There you go, you can see the level of faceting that's been applied to this gemstone there. Okay. Now, when we first discovered Mandarin garnet, it was discovered in Nairobi, and quite quickly the deposit ran out. So there's a bit of a panic because, you know, it's not as though there's huge infrastructure in the region where we discovered Mandarin garnet, and so the idea of excavating that region was quite a difficult proposal, because we're talking about having to literally build roads in order to get diggers there to dig down. We may or may not find the gemstone. So financially, commercially, it didn't really make sense. Fortunately, found another deposit elsewhere in another part of the world, and so that wasn't a problem. But there was a little gap in between discovering the second deposit and planning to search for more Mandarin garnet. And in that time, people genuinely believed that we were never going to see Mandarin garnet again. So, obviously, it became very sought after because of its rarity. That always happens with gemstones. But now, we are able to bring you Mandarin garnet, and we're actually able to bring you here on JewelleryMaker. This is another one of those gemstones which really goes to highlight the way in which we have expanded as a company over the last 4 years. I mean, we never had anything like this 2 years ago, did we? Even when the Gems of Distinction range kicked in and we had the odd strand of, say, tanzanite, I think it was, first came through, never expect to see Mandarin garnet. I mean, it's a very, very, probably, I would say, one of the rarest varieties, other than maybe Zavarite garnet. Those two probably fighting it out. Whenever you see these alternative colour tones of garnet, they're actually known as grossular garnets, and it's a bit of an alternative variety, but actually garnet isn't a genuine species of gemstone. It's actually just a type of gemstone. So you get the same chemical composition in each form of garnet up to a certain point, and then you get a different element which actually provides the colour tone usually. So for example, with Zavarite garnet, you've got chromium in there, which provides it with its green tone. And in Mandarin garnet, I think it might be iron, which produces this golden tone. 25 carats in total. Coming from our Gems of Distinction range, as ever, we only have a limited number of cores. We are talking about one of the rarest forms of garnet available. And let's just have a look at the price point this evening. Gary, 49.95. That is seriously impressive. You're talking about, what, £2 a carat here? And, interestingly, I always think, when I talk to people about, you know, wearing red garnet, often, I mean, it is January's birthstone, but often it's redheads who turn away from red garnet because they think it's a bit of a clash, doesn't match their hair colour or their skin tone. Now this is the perfect substitute, and it's a much more prestigious variety of the gemstone. So if you know somebody whose birthday falls in January and they have never bought their birthstone because they don't like bold red tones, here you go, the perfect substitute. And at $49.95 for 25 carats of mandarin garnet, do your own research, have a look what you can pay for these kind of carat weights elsewhere. This is faceted rondelles, so we are talking about the elite strands from our Gems of Distinction range. We are going to leave that one with you though. We're going to move along. We only had a very limited number available. Now earlier on this evening we saw an incredible strand of Ethiopian opal with so much opalescence, so much colour play. People literally flying in, taking 2s and 3s of this particular strand. This one has even more opalescence. Have a look at this.
That's faceted, is it?
Faceted rondelles again, yeah.
Gosh.
I love the colour variations as well, because that'll suit so many different designs, wouldn't it?
Beautiful.
I can imagine
those strands of, what did we have earlier? We had Hypersthene, we had Bronzite.
Yes. All of the earthy colour tones. I was just thinking, actually, this almost mirrors the colours that we see in the hemp cord.
Yes.
So the
no,
khaki
right.
colours
Yes,
and the...
yes.
I mean, actually, do you know what? This would work really well with the bolder opal that I launched on the morning show this morning. Had a very similar colour tone, and you have that earthy banding. I mean, hopefully that's coming through. Can we see that colour play there, that opalescence?
Wow.
There you go, try and shade some of the studio
the
lights.
greens and oranges, can't we?
Lime greens, apricot tones coming through there as well. It's so difficult to show in our studio light, and it's so frustrating because you can imagine that just hearing that, people think, oh yeah, of course, as if the studio lights wouldn't be set up to display the gemstones. It's impossible. The gemstone really is going to be really holding its own with one light source. Daylight predominantly works the best, and that's just not possible in our TV studio. We need all the light to light the sets. We've got lights behind us, lots and lots of lights in front of us. Obviously they're working a treat because I look so handsome, but it doesn't always do the gemstones a real favour, in all honesty. That's why I would advise people to utilise the 30-day money-back guarantee. Get the gemstones home and make an informed decision. Use Mark's trick of hanging this strand up in the garden. Have a look at this when the light is being dispensed around the gemstone. You're going to get so much colour play, that very traditional opalescence that people associate with the gemstone. And of course, you've got October's birthstone. This is a 30cm strand, and these are faceted rondelles. They range in size from 4x2 to 7x3 in size. Let's have a look at the current price. This is already down at $17.95. I mean, this strand is absolutely awash with that flash of colour, that pin fire that we associate with the gemstone. At $17.95, that's an incredible price, but we're not staying there. Oh my word. So let's see if this comes through. I've just spotted a load of purple opalescence. Oh, it's so frustrating. I can see swirls of lime green and orange tones swirling through almost every gemstone on the strand, except for maybe the more opaque varieties like these cherry red tones. Unfortunately, that's not coming through on screen. I mean, that gemstone there, I just can't believe that we can't. Oh, there we go. We have got a little bit of it coming through. But in all honesty, that is the gemstone on the strand, which is showing the greatest amount of pin fire, but I can see it on almost every gemstone. It's just not coming through as I would like on screen. Do you know what? I would probably trust me on this one. Get it home and experience it for yourself. We have just taken the equivalent of your P&P off the price of this strand, so it should be $17.95 in 60 minutes time. It will return to that price, but right now you can add this to your order for $14.95. I would say that even if you're in two minds, put me to the test. Get it home, see it in the flesh, and then make an informed decision. I mean, Mark you can probably see the pin file from over there, can't you? Yeah, straight away. It's so frustrating that it won't come through on screen, but I suppose it sort of makes sense. You've got all these light sources. Of course, you've got the lens of the camera, then the glass on your telly. You know, it all takes a little bit away from the effect that you're getting from this gemstone.
Gosh, look at that.
A little bit coming through there. Oh, there we
Orange,
go. I just
yeah,
got a flash. There we go. So there you go. Hopefully, if you are interested in this strand, you can get it home now at the reduced price of $14.95. That's the equivalent of your P&P being knocked off the price of that strand. What did I just pick up that was metal? Because I just got a metal splinter in my finger. I think it might be off the metal stamp. Anyway, I'll deal with how painful that is in about 15 minutes. Where are we going to move on to? Thank you for your concern, though, producer Liam. You just say, are you all right? Actually, I think I just might have got it out. Here we go. Silver pearls. Oh, it's that strand again. Sorry. So this has been classified as light blue cultured pearls. And there is a very slight powder blue hue to the gemstone, but I would say these are silver pearls, in all honesty. Just so nobody feels that they're not sure what they're getting. If you're looking for a silver tony pearls, this is what I'd go for. If you're looking for blue pearls, I don't really think this is the one for you. These are 11 by 10 mil in size, so very significant size. Actually, these are as close to rounds as you're ever likely to get in a potato pearl. This would be a luxury pearl elsewhere because of that size. Anything over 8.5 to 9 millimeters generally considered a luxury pearl. These are 11, it says 11 by 10 mil. I mean,
gosh,
they're almost rounds. I've actually seen pearls in boutiques that aren't even as round as this, and they haven't classified them as potato pearls. But here at JewelleryMaker, we try to be as fair as we can and give you as much information as we can. There are very slight irregularities in the size and the roundness of the pearls, and so we've let everybody know about that, and we've priced them accordingly so that we can offer you the best value in the market. I think pearls is where we really flex our value muscles, because I can't find pearls for the same value as we offer here at JewelleryMaker. And it's actually been quite a pearl heavy day, particularly for me.
Has, yeah.
So I did the bridal show this morning. Virtually every single bundle featured some pearls in one form or another. But if you've got that order up and running and pearls are your thing, bridal jewellery is your thing, start dialing right now. Actually, the silver pearls would probably lend themselves better to the more contemporary designs, whereas the ones we had on the morning show were more suited to traditional designs, I would say.
I'd put them with that strand of this one here, the blue.
Oh, of course. What was I thinking? Look at that for a combination. What kind of design would you incorporate pearls and agate together?
Well, I mean,
well, you've got to. You can't use more than one of them in a
I
design,
don't know.
can you?
I don't know. Just alternate them. Just have a pearl in between each one.
Oh wow!
That just looks
It's going to be quite gem heavy though, but
yeah.
Some people love that, don't they?
You could wear that for a special occasion and then dismantle it and make other things with it
and you
afterwards.
could use them all as pendants after.
Yeah. That would be amazing.
That is about to be launched, probably 1 or 2 shopportunities time. And we're going to offer you a price reduction on this strand of pearls. It's a bit generous tonight, isn't it? Currently available at $19.95.
Wow.
That's not your price point this evening. We're going to crash the price down. Hopefully, Gary the Gremlin's cleared off now, and he won't affect the price. He hasn't. Whoa, big reduction as well.
Gosh.
$12.95. Wow, at $19.95, I honestly don't think we can be rivaled in terms of the value we offer on pearls, but at $12.95, that's even a little bit ridiculous for us here at JewelleryMaker.
Wow.
We're not trying to devalue pearls. It's probably one of the fastest selling gemstones or minerals here at JewelleryMaker. But we know how vital they are to so many jewellers out there, jewellery makers. And so we offer you the best value in the market, 11 by 10 mil. I would describe them as silver cultured pearls rather than light blue. And those are available at $12.95, but only for the next 60 minutes, or more likely, while stocks last. Okay, we're going to squeeze one more in, if you want to. Or are we moving on to Superstar Buy? Yeah. Is this Andalusite? The only reason that I can tell instantly what gemstone this is because it's so rare. And how many gemstones do you get that display two different colour tones depending on how you hold it? So from one angle you've got these almost ruby reds, from the other you've got almost lime greens. That's what makes the gemstone so rare. But again, you really need to get this home in the flesh to experience it. Hopefully, oh, actually the green tone's coming through there, and then maybe the red's on the bottom of another gemstone. It's probably thought to be the most pleochroic gem available. Pleochroism means that you see different colours from different angles, and as I say, here you see the rich, almost earthy browns or ruby reds from one angle, and then the forest and lime greens from another. The best way to do this, when you get it home, see it in daylight, and then go in dark room, incandescent light, and then you'll definitely be able to see the distinction between the two colour tones. Absolutely not going to be able to display it here in the studio. But this is another gemstone which, even once our Gems of Distinction range was established, I was pretty sure we'd never be able to bring you Andalusite. It is a real collector's gemstone, a very, very rare gemstone. You certainly, if anybody sees this on the high street, I would be very shocked.
When it was first launched, we had a strand of microchips, and it was the tiny, tiny, tiny
Yes,
chips.
I
And that was
remember
how
that.
we first had it.
That was our first sample of
That's
Andalusite.
right.
We've probably had single figures of opportunities since then. Please don't quote me on that in case we've had 10 or something, but it's been very, very few and far between the opportunity to bring you Andalusite, a real collector's gemstone. They range in size from 6x4 to 10x6. Actually, do you know what? I would be tempted to maybe match this up with the Labradorite nuggets from earlier on the cufflink design.
Yeah, yes.
The Labradorite on one side and the Andalusite on the other.
Well, that strand of opal you've just had. That would be incredible.
Now that would be good because the pin fire would mirror the two
Yeah.
colour tones you'd
Yep.
see.
That'd be
That's
amazing.
why he's the guest designer. Let's get the price on screen for this Gems of Distinction strand of Andalusite, $14.95. Another, add it to your order price there when you consider just how rare that opportunity is. We've already talked about the idea that a lot of people investing in our Gems of Distinction range often are creating jewellery, gemstone collections rather than using them within jewellery designs. For me, this is a collector's piece. Andalusite for $14.95. Okay, I have to leave that one there. And we're going to announce the winner of the competition. Okay, so the idea was that we needed an English derivation of the German phrase, what is it? It's wrong anyway, so Drachenfutter, which means basically the wrath of your lady friend. That's
Yeah.
Oh, that would have been good.
That would have been good.
Should have texted that in. No, it's the concept of giving your lady a gift to get yourself out of the doghouse. So they have a phrase for it in Germany, and we wanted somebody to come up with a phrase for it in English, and somebody has. And we're going with this one. The winner is Angela, Crafty Devil.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Give that girl a coconut. Okay, we won't give you a coconut because we've actually got a set of jewellery to send to you. So, necklace, bracelet, the double bracelet and the cufflinks are all going to be sent through to Angela. That is pretty clever, actually. Angela's
Crafty devil.
done well there.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, it works. Definitely works. There you go. That's a good idea. Okay, so everybody entered into this round. Thank you so much if you sent an entry in. selected by our producer and director. Joint effort there, they came together. But Angela, we're going to send all this to you, and it is now time for our superstar buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time now for the superstar buy. Now, it tends to be our most exclusive launch of the evening, and it tends to be a premiere strand. Not always, but more often than not. And tonight, I have got, this is if it was on the cover of Time Out, it would say, Best Star Buy of the Year, Mark Smith. That's the quote attached to this particular strand. I'd love to see a gemstone strand on the cover of Time Out. That'd be quite good. And the graphics are about to hit the screen. The second they do, you can start dialing that free phone number, or alternatively, you can click to buy now at jewellerymaker.com. Over 900 carats of blue agate. And somebody's just bought 3. The second the graphics hit the screen, and my producer's telling me that the call centre are already firing through your calls and allocating this to order. That is the way to do it. I told you, the quicker you dial up, put yourself at the front of the queue. Wow. Have you got a few more deals lined up? Because this is going to be a sellout in a few seconds, isn't it? We've fallen in love with this particular strand. It's so significant. I mean, Mark was describing just before, when we were talking about this strand, the idea of creating a really sort of gem-heavy piece featuring all of the gemstones for a special occasion, and then once that's over and done with, breaking it down.
Imagine a long lariat of 3 or 4 strands.
It would be seriously impressive, wouldn't it?
Wow.
I was thinking as maybe the feature gemstone and an asymmetrical necklace. I know those are quite popular, aren't they?
Yeah.
So, because it's going to have a real draw, isn't it? It's going to draw the eye in. I mean, it's the banding on the gemstones that really I love. What do you love about it?
I think using copper maybe, copper wire.
Yes.
Really
I love that
intricate wrapping,
combination.
and then just in a black leather strap. That'd be just
Half the stock's already gone, Matt. Okay, I'm being told the price has to come on screen. It is an exclusive launch price. Earlier on today, it was going to be $14.95.
I thought it was.
Yeah, now it's down to $11.95. So, normally, I say this is your best opportunity to get hold of this strand at this price, because on launch, of course, your best opportunity, but this is going to be your only opportunity to get hold of this strand, unless we get it back in stock. But I think on this occasion, it's going to be a sellout.
that is just
Not
stunning.
17, 15, 13, 10, 6, 3, 1 left. There's 1 remaining in stock. We'll leave that one with you then. That's how quickly a gemstone strand like that can sell out. There you go. Mark did call that one, didn't you? You said it was going to be popular.
Yeah.
I mean, if anybody's been getting involved with wire work recently, you should have dialed up 4 minutes ago if you wanted to get hold of that, basically. That's how quickly it's sold out. That's how it goes here at JewelleryMaker. That's how quickly items can sell out. I'll tell you what, I would like Mark to pick one. So Mark, I want you to come over.
Okay.
And I want Mark to
No,
sell it for us.
this one.
Really?
Yeah.
He doesn't want to do that. It's the Cross Surprise from number 4. Oh, is it not Cross Surprise?
Yeah.
Yes, I thought so. So these are your top drill drops. These are really significant. Do you know what? On some, actually, this brown suede cord that Gemma's using just one of those. See, that would work in those sort of surfer or skater style designs. Why did you select this then, Matt?
Well, we had it on the morning show, I think, a couple of weeks ago, and I just fell in love with it there and then. And I'm surprised we've got any of it left, actually. It's just those pendants are just massive, absolutely massive.
I suppose when you've got a very significant focal point to a design, that's when people are attracted to those.
I love the
of
shape.
pieces.
I mean, it's an amazing shape as well.
It's quite a distinctive
Yes,
pear-shaped drop because it comes to quite a sharp point. Sometimes they're a bit of a softer edge. This is quite a significant size. you've got 120 carats here, and it's across 5 gemstones here. So we're talking about, let's say, on average, 20 carats per gemstone, based on the fact that, of course, they do range in size. So that one's probably going to be more like 30 carats. That one's going to be more like 50. Oh, it looks beautiful.
Isn't that stunning? I just adore this stone.
Whenever you see the gemstones spinning on the Lazy Susan, that is actually a daylight simulation. So that's the effect you should get when you see these in the flesh.
Oh, that's stunning.
Okay, and my producer's telling me that because so many people missed out on the Superstar buy, we're going to offer you a very special deal on this particular item. So it's currently available at $14.95. Mark, you better close your eyes. You're not going to like this. He's going to give us unbelievable value. Another £5 saving this evening. This time on a Gems of Distinction strand.
It's £2 a pendant. That's unheard. Oh.
When you think of the carat weights as well, I mean,
Yeah,
it's just, it's ridiculous. I mean, what do you think your relationship with the price of gemstones is? What influences
it's ridiculous, because I always used to struggle pricing up things that I'm selling, and it gets harder and harder and harder the better deals that we have on JewelleryMaker.
Oh, I see, right.
It gets tricky now. It really does, because you want to pass that, but where you pass your value on to the viewers, I want to pass that on to my customers as well.
Yes.
So it's getting harder.
It's getting harder and harder to come up with appropriate price points, but also, of course, you're sort of stuck between a bit of a rock and a hard place in that, because if you put the price too low and you represent the savings, then there's no value in the jewellery design itself. Whoa, huge influx of buyers. We've had a very, very busy day here at JewelleryMaker. I think it's because we offer you 1 P&P per day. The guy who presented the morning show was really handsome, so everybody watched, got their orders open, and now they've just been adding to that order all day long. One day, I'll get fired for a little bit of tomfoolery. As I say, we love to have fun, but one thing we take seriously is making genuine gemstones as accessible as possible. As Mark's rightly saying, we aim to offer you the best value on the market. I'm seriously impressed with how many people are reacting to this price point. It is fairly impressive, because at under £10 for this carat weight of chrysoprase in itself is really impressive. But when Mark rightly points out, each and every one of these large enough to be a pendant, that's less than £2 per pendant. So if you have taken advantage of that deal, then congratulations. The perfect way to add to your 1 P&P per day. And we are now approaching the end of the show, just enough time for me to give my personal thanks to Mark. Thank you for your support this evening, and it's a great concept for the show. Hopefully we've helped people out, and your designs, as always, are amazing.
Thank you.
And thank you to everybody who's joined me both on the morning show and the late show. It's been lots and lots of fun putting the shows together. I will be back at 5 PM tomorrow for the late show. You don't have to put up with me tomorrow morning as well. And it's about time I went home and had some sleep. Night.